Hello and welcome, nerds. How's everyone doing tonight?
I'm doing great.
Pretty good.
Excellent.
Doing pretty good.
All right. Roxy, do we have any announcements for this evening before we get
Cat
going
hair in my
here?
face. Yes, sorry, I got distracted by cat hair in the air. Welcome, nerds. Brand new and not so new, everybody. If you haven't been here before, of course, same as every week, I'm going to tell you about our Discord because we've got a fantastic Discord where we host all kinds of games that you guys can join in on. One-shots and even training classes. Today, our esteemed DM put on a class on using D&D Beyond, so all kinds of fun stuff. Also, if you ever want to buy merchandise, we have a channel in the Discord. You can do that as well. And big announcement for Everlorn. Today is actually the last night. It's going to be on Monday. So next week, no more Monday nights. It's going to be Thursday nights. I can't say all the things I want to say, apparently, so I'm not going to make those comments. But Thursday, yay!
It's going to be a good time. Different day, same bat channel.
Yeah, what he said. And I believe we don't have... Let me see. I'm checking real fast because the schedule changes. I believe we don't have Lantern Song this next weekend. Yeah, no Lantern Song on Saturday. And there'll still be Power and Prophecy next Sunday. And then, of course, like I said before, no more Monday nights. Awesome Thursday nights. Thursday awesomeness. I'm going to come up with something that's different than it's Thursday night. It's all I want to say. All right, back to you.
All right. So, when we last left off, you all had escaped the underground sewers and passages beneath Black Marsh, fleeing from Keola and the Gleaming Fang. As you were making your escape through that perilous passage, Scar had an unfortunate encounter with a gelatinous cube that left him comatose and on the heels of having what appeared to the rest of the group to be a very severe seizure. Scar himself felt as though he was combating an alien and internal force. And at the end of that encounter, Scar's eyes opened and our session had ended. Now we're going to pick up right from that moment where Scar's eyes open and what happens.
Scar.
So, gonna kind of stand up a little bit, look around, look at my hands, look around, try to just figure out where I am for a second.
Sure.
Once I see who's around me, I'm gonna just go to Strawbill and I'm gonna sign over to him and just be like, we need to stop for a little bit, please.
I'm going to reach out to you with my ability, awakened mind. I get to share thoughts with you and understand you for 3 minutes. So it'll be easier for us so I can more easily understand what's happened, because I don't know if I can understand the sign language that you're going to give to me, even though you can write it down. Like, I feel that there is a deeper thing that I need to know that you may not be able to communicate.
Basically, so basically it's through thoughts, kind of.
Yeah, I mean it's us talking, but you can share things on a deeper level. But I will turn around to the rest of the group and how long, Mike, have we been
Yeah, what
hanging
what
out?
exactly are we doing?
So
Are we just hanging out at the moment, or
moment,
are we walking?
I will show you where this wound up. Is you all
Because we were
escaped,
eating.
and right, you had sort of made a little camp. Scar had collapsed and had his seizure. You remember there was this thick steam sort of pouring off of his body as he was convulsing on the ground, and then the steaming sort of stopped and his body went rigid and then relaxed and then his eyes opened. And so that's the scenario that you're all in right now. You've just escaped the underground and dealt with that issue. You had spent some time, Straw Bill, trying to calm down Tara, where you showed her the plate and you gave her some snacks and we're sort of dealing with that. But all of those events kind of happened all at the same time.
Okay.
Oh, and I cleaned her up.
Yeah, you did. You pressed a dissertation and you kind of tidied everybody up for them.
My new favorite thing.
All right.
And-
So then, go ahead.
Wasn't Shadow trying to find like the nearest?
He had climbed up. Yeah, he had climbed up a tree to look at the road and find out how to get back to your horses.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's doing that while the rest of you are kind of deciding what to do next.
Gotcha.
I'll Lady Rosalyn, Vivhik, Scar obviously says he needs time to rest. Do we want to rest here, or do we want to get back to the horses? Because you, turning to Scar, you could probably take. Do you think you could ride, or do you think you need to stay? Like, I start to like hand food over to you and water, and like I'm like,
How big is Scar? Could I carry him on my back as in cat form right now?
I mean, I can carry him.
Scar, how tall are you?
I am. Let me make sure I get this right. Did put it in
This
here.
could be your chance to ride a tiger. I'm just saying.
I'm 5'9".
oh,
Okay, so you're not that big. Okay, Lady
Yeah,
Ros.
you could probably shoulder him.
Yeah.
And, you know,
I mean,
like,
I
like
have the
little kid
ability
at the
to
zoo,
carry.
you know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. He is like a giant.
Right. Yeah, you can make a little baby Bjorn and have Scar sort of hanging off your chest or riding on your back if you guys wanted to. You've got rope, right? So that's certainly an option.
Right the time.
I'd say we'll have to defer to what Shadow says. Depending on how close we are to the
So
wagons.
as you're saying that, Shadow kind of climbs back down from a tree and walks back over to where you are, and he's like, "Well, my best estimate is the horses are probably an hour and a half to 2 hours west of us. So if we start going now, we might make it to where the horses are by dark. No guarantee that they're even still there. But from what I can see, I do see movement on the road. So the road is being watched, seems like. The only other option I can think of is if we can get to the horses, we can make a break and try and take the road through Whisper Marsh, which I do not recommend. But it might be better than dealing with more of the Gleaming Fang on the highway.
I don't think we could deal with anything right now with Scar's predicament.
We could find somewhere in the trees to make camp for the night and rest. But it might be better to travel at night than during the day.
Okay.
okay. Yeah, that sound. And then I turn to Scar and I'm like, do you think that is our best bet? Like, are you capable of travel, or?
I'll look at you and sign no, but like mentally I'm kind of just projecting like I basically just had a seizure and a stroke at the same time. Like I I
When he
don't really know how to move right now necessarily.
okay, yeah, no, then yeah. When he
Yeah, go
does
ahead.
that, do I get anything else? I'm going to insight maybe.
Yeah, go ahead and make me an insight roll.
Okay. 16.
So he's you get the sense that he is being truthful about he's worn out. What he just went through was very physically taxing, mentally taxing for him. You do get the impression that there is more that is not being said. You pick up on an underlying sense of fear and also a little bit of frustration, but that frustration doesn't seem to be coming from Scar.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw real quick, as you're sort of digging through his thoughts.
All right. I'm not gonna lie. If I screw this up, I'm going to use the luck point. I'm using the luck point.
Okay.
My God!
Wow.
God, the
Wow.
demon wants my soul.
Okay.
The demon wants my soul.
So as you're sort of mentally like pushing through his mind a little bit, trying to kind of coax out some more of what's going on, in your own mind, an image flashes in front of your eyes very briefly of what looks like an old, battered wooden door set into a sort of dilapidated wall, made out of like smooth sandstone or whatever, but it seems like it's crumbling in places. And that wall or that door just shakes in its frame incredibly violently and sort of shakes some dust loose. It doesn't open, but in the instance that this vision happens, you see this door just kind of rock in its frame violently, and when that door shakes, you get a splitting headache instantly, and your spell ends.
Okay.
And that vision fades, and you're kind of brought back.
I'm going to attempt to cover that. Like, I'm gonna try to not react externally to that.
Mm-hmm.
Performance or
Yes,
deception?
yes, no. I'm gonna say deception.
Okay. So you see, after I'm talking to him, after I'm talking to Scar, you see me turn around and grab my head, and I literally just start to cry out of one eye. Like it's like a migraine has hit me so hard, and my eyes just squeeze shut. And at that, I just start. You can see that there's tears flowing out of my one eye that I haven't covered, and I'm just like, I try to like walk away, and then I just kind of sit down.
Oh my God, Straw Bill, are you okay?
Yeah, I just was trying a new trick on Scar to help us try to communicate a little bit better, but the mind of monks is sometimes not a treasure chest you want to open too fast.
Ooh, I'm
So, yeah, everything's fine.
Did you get anything before that? Did he say anything?
No, nothing more than that he needs to rest because of kind of what he went through. It was a lot of residual of his contractions and his episode. I think just carried over and hit me like a ton of bricks.
very worrying to me.
So,
Do you think that I'm gonna send you, Strawbill, a message? Do you think we should be concerned about Scar?
I will. My return to you is, I believe his training, is keeping him together. I don't think we have anything to worry about right now, but we should talk to Lord Grahm when we return.
Because if anybody here, I understand what it means to have to control an inner monster.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure. Like, how much can we message back and forth? Like, I'm gonna start pouring myself some tea and doing some things. I'm not gonna just sit there looking like I'm meditating. I will say that I'm gonna trust Scar on this, and if he needs our help, he's gonna hopefully tell us. But there are definitely some questions I have for Lord Grahm when we get back to town.
You and me both. And I'll be also doing stuff around camp, picking up. So, are we gonna rest here, or should we move on?
Shadow looks around and he says, This spot we're in is just as good a spot as any if we want to make camp. We can try and burn some daylight and make it towards the horses that much sooner, but here's just as good a place as any. It's a clearing, but we can defend a perimeter.
Might as well make
I'll
use
leave that
of,
up to you guys.
If we're gonna be traveling by night, we might as well make use of as much daylight to rest as possible.
For sure, yeah, that sounds very wise.
So you guys are going to set up camp?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's set up camp here.
All right.
Before we set up camp, I'm gonna cast my Find Steed ability, and I would like to cast a little, not little, he's a pretty decent sized Mastiff. He's gonna be a Fey Mastiff.
What does it look like? What does it look like when you cast this spell, and what does your Mastiff look like?
Yeah, so I think this is gonna be I think it's gonna try to kind of take after. I wanted to kind of take after kind of my race, so it's gonna be kind of like a ghostly light blue color Mastiff, and I'm gonna just kind of get down and crouch down and mess around a bit with just with my holy symbol and kind of look like I'm doing some sort of prayer. And out of the wilderness, you'll see this little, or not little, he's a pretty decently sized dog, white dog, come up and it runs up to me and kind of heals at my side.
So, well, he's a steed, so he's meant to be ridden. So you kneel down.
Yeah, he's a huge one,
and clasp your holy symbol and make your prayer, and your hands start to emanate this sort of faint glow, and then through the trees there's a little bit of mist that coalesces into the shape of this dog, that as it gets closer to you it gets larger and larger and larger until you have this sort of pale gray Mastiff, almost like the same coloring you would get with with those blue pit bulls, that sort of bounds into camp. It is large enough for you to ride it, and you see it's got sort of these faint gray markings along its back that almost look like the wings on a lunar moth.
Pretty.
So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
If it's big enough for me to ride it, and I'm huge, I'm not huge, but I'm bigger than average.
Yep.
How big is this compared to everyone else?
I mean,
taller than
it's
me.
yeah, it's the size of a horse.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very big animal. I'll make a stat block for it.
Cool.
at some point, but yeah, it's a very big animal. For right now, I'll pull up. If you guys get into combat with him, we'll use the stat blocks for a dire wolf to cover it until I homebrew something for him.
Sounds good.
But all faithful steeds need a name.
Mm. Good question. Man, I didn't even think about that one. Let's give. I'm gonna say it's a she, and her name's gonna be Luna.
I'm jealous already.
There you go.
Lady Rosalyn, as soon as she sees Luna show up, all her hair on her back like rises and she hisses real loud and gets real low. What's this?
And the dog kind of cocks its head at you, and it's all.
I'm just gonna swipe at it, not intentionally touching it, just swiping the air in front of it and turn and huff away. A dog. How dare you?
I'm gonna pet it and be like, "It's okay, Luna." And then I'm gonna give it instructions and then tell it to I'll point to Tara and I'll say, "See her over there? Your job is to protect her."
And the dog kind of sits down on its haunches, nice and hard and real alert, and locks eyes with you, and then looks at Tara, and then just goes over and starts kind of sniffing around her, and she's sort of giggling and like petting her, and kind of all the awfulness of the last few hours is sort of forgotten in the presence of this animal.
Humph.
Can't be the center of attention all the time, Rosalyn.
Yes, I can.
And the dog, when you say that, the dog just kind of whimpers a little bit and then lays down, and sort of rolls over and squishes Tara a little bit, sort of into her leg.
Out of game, Roxy thinks it's adorable.
Shadow walks over to Scar and he's like, "Why don't you take the last watch and get some rest?" And does anybody want to go first? Does anybody want to take first
Shadow
watch?
walks over to Scar and take.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll take the first watch.
You'll take first watch? All right.
I'll take second.
All right. Shadow goes, I'll take third, and then that'll leave Scar as fourth. That should be enough.
Are you sure you want to
Should I-
beat Scar?
Well, there's only it's a long rest is only 8 hours. So
I know.
if each of you
Just-
do.
As somebody who's kind of unstable as he is now.
I'll walk over to Shadow. When you go to wake him up for his watch, wake me up as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, I could take a watch instead.
Yeah,
I look over
that's-
to I look over to Vivhik and raise my eyebrows. I'm like,
She's a grown woman. Can't tell her what to do.
all right. Yeah, you can
Let
take my watch.
Let him
Just
let
let
Scar
two
sleep
most
through the
unstable.
night.
Let's just get the two most unstable people to have the same watch. That sounds like a good idea.
I just sign over to Strobel and I just say I'll be fine by then. Just give me a couple hours.
We'll have Luna stand by too. She doesn't need to sleep.
All right.
There you go.
So you each take your watch, and it is uneventful. You do hear the sounds of very distant yelling off into the woods, towards the road. You can hear people moving through the woods. Or through the road, but you're far enough into the woods at this point where the sound is just carrying to you faintly. It doesn't seem like any of that's getting closer. Bill, while you are resting, you close your eyes, you finish your nightly rituals, and get ready for bed. Close your eyes, and sleep finds you. And once again, you have a very familiar dream where you're floating at sea. This time, once again, on the deck of a ship, not a piece of debris. And in the sky, as usual, a single great eye opens. And you hear whispers start to emanate from all around you. At first, they're indiscernible. You can't make out what they're saying. They're not loud enough. And those whispers start to raise in volume. You still can't understand them, but the volume is becoming deafening. And then you get a couple of flashes of vision. Once again, that door you saw earlier flashes again. That figure standing on the hilltop, wearing those dark robes. Only now the dark robes have sort of a almost golden, yellow sort of cast to them. And the whispering is getting louder and louder and louder. And then, as those voices get as loud as they could possibly get, all of a sudden, it just coalesces into one very simple phrase, and it's just, "He is here." And then the eye shuts, and you wake up.
Damn it. So, I was actually gonna... That was gonna be the thing I was gonna say.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Was that... So, as the whispering is starting to coalesce into a single sound, I will kind of send out... I don't believe he is coming. I believe he is here. And when it says, and we kind of say it at the same time, in sync with each
Absolutely.
other.
Absolutely.
And then I wake up, cold sweat, like, again, try to not to show that I've been affected by something. And I will literally now just watch Scar from, like, I'll get up and, like, walk to the other, like, kind of around him.
Sure.
And just, now I'm just watching.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
And he's sleeping peacefully. He doesn't seem...
I'm sure.
Yeah, his breathing
watch
isn't
is this
even.
on? Who's watching?
So Vivhik, you went first, right?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm gonna retcon it and go back to you because I'm gonna be honest with you, I kind of forgot the order. So it was Vivhik, Bill, Shadow, and then Scar was going to take watch. And then Lady Rosalyn is gonna take watch in there as well. So
I thought I
Yeah,
was trying to take Scar's place so that he didn't have to.
You can help him. I
that's
guess.
right. That's right. You're gonna take Scar's place.
Okay.
Right, correct, yeah. So yeah, you're sitting and you're watching Scar. Everybody else in camp is sleeping at the moment.
Yeah, I'll actually go off
Um,
into the, like, into a shadowy.
Yeah.
2 o'clock.
Vivhik is still up, actually, taking his watch.
Okay.
So do I notice this happen? That, like,
Uh,
Bill wakes up and
how stealthy are you trying to be now that you've woken up? Like, you're
quiet
trying
as
to
a
hide
shadow.
your actions?
I am 100% trying to hide my actions because I
Go.
don't want anyone else to fear or worry about Scar.
Sure. Go ahead and make me a stealth roll then.
Okay.
And then Vivhik, what is your passive perception?
it's 14.
14. So the number to beat is a 14.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a luck point.
Wow, I have an 18 passive perception. My lord.
There we go.
Yeah. So no, Vivhik, you would not. You don't notice
Okay.
Skarkin. You're more focused. You and Luna are more focused on the perimeter than anything.
Sounds good.
But eventually, your watch is over, and it is time for Strawbill to relieve you anyway.
Yeah, I will. I'll like come out of the shadows when he starts to like move towards my bedroll or my sleeping, where I'm supposed to be sleeping.
Yeah.
Pretending that I'm coming back from using the facilities.
Sure.
And then yep.
As I come back, I say, "Oh, just in time. I hope you slept well."
Of course I did. Just like nights out on the sea.
Speaking of, is this like afternoon going into? Are we waking up at like midnight? Is that our plan? Try to get there at night.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah. I'll say I hope you slept well, and I'll leave the rest to you.
Yeah. So it's a pretty dark, shady sort of part of the forest that
Right.
you guys have been able to found. It's not like you're laying out in sunlight trying to take rest. Like it's dark, it's leaf dappled, it's comfortable.
I'll probably just lay down, or not lay down, but sit up and lay my back against something, and I'll have my spear across my lap.
Okay.
And I'll have Luna go and lay next to Tara.
Right. So yeah, she goes over to where Tara and Shadow are kind of, have a little sort of lean-to tent set up, and he kind of lays in front of the entrance, with his back to them, looking out, very defensively. And you lean against a tree, and you've got Eclipse sort of propped up across your lap, and sort of close your eyes and find sleep. And as you settle into that position and eventually you do find sleep, you can feel the comfortable weight of Eclipse resting on your lap, and it seems to get heavier. And then as you fall asleep, you also start to dream, and you find yourself in this large sort of stained glass structure. It's like one room. The walls are all made out of glass, of various different shades of like blues and greens and a few purples and things. And they're all depicting, a full moon here, or a waxing moon, or a waning moon. And there's images of like large moths and things that have been cut out that seem to be flying through the glass. And as you're watching them, you do see like these images in the glass do seem as though they are moving very slowly, very subtly. And at the center of this room, on sort of a raised platform, is a very delicate looking throne that is also sort of has the silhouette of these big, beautiful moth wings. And sitting on that throne, sort of with one arm on, resting on the arm of the chair and sort of looking down at you, is a woman in a long flowing silver gown with these faint green jewels sort of stitched into it, and long, beautiful sort of golden hair, and these piercing silver eyes that just have no pupil. It's just the whole eye is this sort of faintly luminous, almost metallic silver, and in the center is just a black ring. And she's looking at you, and she has a very pleasant expression on her face, and sort of the feeling you get being in the presence of this being is peace. And you also pick up just inherently on sort of a sense of pride that is directed at you. And she looks at you and she says, I have waited for this day for far too long, Vivhik. It's time we had a talk.
I'm sorry. Do we know each other?
I should hope so. I spend every day with you. And quite frankly, you've gotten very good at caring for me.
Interesting.
You don't know me? And she seems to kind of wilt
I
a little
mean,
bit. She seems a bit saddened by this.
I do admit that I feel quite at ease here, more than I have so in a while. I do feel like we have some sort of connection.
Just, of course we do. She goes, maybe it's that you don't recognize me. And she snaps her fingers, and in your hand is Eclipse. As
Wow.
if you've been holding it this entire time. And she looks at you and goes, do you recognize me now?
This is coming from it. The voice is coming from it now, like in my hands, or
No, she's still sitting there.
she's still sitting there. And
She's
it
still
just,
sitting up on the throne, yeah.
I think I'm starting to get it now.
She chuckles. I should hope so.
I knew I was feeling something there. In our recent battles.
I've been trying to talk to you, and you've only just begun starting to listen. But you are listening.
Yeah. What exactly are you then?
Well, a lady's got to have some secrets, but for right now, I'm a friend, and I would hope you can think of me as a partner.
Oh yes.
Tell me, Vivhik, why did you take up the mantle? Why do you protect the princess?
Oh, to find purpose?
And what is your purpose?
Well, I didn't know. I needed some sort of reputation, stature.
You seek
was
fame and
lost.
fortune. You seek validation from others. Yes? And she
Validation. I like that.
gets
Yeah.
up and begins making her way down the very ornate staircase in front of you. And before she's even halfway down, all of a sudden, she is right next to you. And she's kind of got one hand sort of caressing your chin. And you realize, like, you're a Goliath. You're huge. And now that she is close to you, even though she didn't seem that far away, she is towering over you. And she goes, you see, my purpose, Vivhik, is to protect. That's why I exist. That's why I've chosen this form, to keep danger at a distance from those who would wield me and from those that person would choose to defend. I have a proposition for you.
Okay. As I look up, kind of weirdly, because I don't have to look up often at people.
Right, it's a little disconcerting for you. How about we make a deal? I want to protect, and you have people you are trying to protect. And I can see who you are at your core. I think you're a good person. I think you're a person worthy of being partners with. So, if you agree to protect, I will help you gain the validation you seek, the fame, the glory, through that act of protection. You will be known as a great protector. And I think you'll find much more joy and validation in the service of others than simply the service of yourself.
You'll, yeah, I get a big smile on my face. I wholeheartedly believe everything I'm hearing, and it sounds good. And I'm like, yes.
But don't make no mistake, Vivhik. My gifts can be taken away as easily as they are given. So remember,
Ah,
do you promise to safeguard those around you and those that cannot safeguard themselves?
yes, always.
I'm going to hold you to that. And then she kind of takes a step back and releases a very delicate touch, very delicate hold that she had on your chin as she was looking down into your eyes. No malice in that touch, only comfort. And as she releases you from her grasp, everything kind of sort of drifts away and fades away to blackness, and you finish the rest of your sleep.
Nice.
Lady Rosalyn, you have a very pleasant sleep. You are plagued a bit by some of the things that have happened in the last couple of days. It takes you a while to fall asleep. Thoughts of your proposed marriage, thoughts of what your father might say about your exploits up to this point, if he knew about them. But at the moment, you eventually do find, albeit an uneasy sleep, what with Luna being so close.
Goddamn dog.
Yeah, but you do, if you were in your tiger form, you would sleep, but your tail would be swishing the entire night in anticipation of some bullshit. But you do find sleep. Shadow takes his watch. It's uneventful. And Lady Rosalyn, he wakes you sort of in the late evening for your watch. He says, I would give it a few more hours, and then we can have Scar get camp ready. You can go back to rest for a little while, and then we'll head out once it's full dark.
Okay. So he's saying to give it a little while to dark and then we'll head out.
Yeah, basically what he's saying is like, I'm gonna go back to sleep for a little bit, wake Scar up and have him start getting camp ready, and then you should get some rest before we finish breaking up camp and get out of here.
Okay.
For the night. It's early evening. It's like the magic hour. The sun's starting to set, but you still need a few hours before it's dark enough to start traveling.
Okay. And I'm in cat form and I'm just prowling around our camp. That way I can hear anything out of the ordinary. And
go ahead and make me a perception roll.
did you know I have a passive perception at 18? I just realized that today.
Oh, never mind.
When you asked about his, I was like, whoa, mine is so high.
Right. Really nothing else happens that night. Luna lets out a couple beefy dog farts, and you can hear, again, further away this time, but your ears are a little more sensitive. You're able to hear still sounds of people searching along the road, probably for you guys. But eventually it is time for Scar to have his watch, and you are able to retire and go back and sort of, get a couple more hours of shut-eye and rest before it's time to move out.
I say, if you have a passive perception of 18, you probably see me sleeping with a shit-eating grin on my face.
So as you walk by Vivhik, you notice that now that it's getting dark out, the blade on his halberd is emitting the equivalent of soft moonlight that is sort of glowing, setting the area around him aglow.
I think, oh, that's interesting to myself. wipe that grin off your face. The dog isn't that great. And I'll go to where Scar is sleeping and just gently push his shoulder. It's time for your watch. A few more hours and we should be ready to go. I'm gonna get
Okay.
some more shut-eye. And I used message when I said that, so you can whisper back to me in my head.
Oh, sorry. What was that? What'd you say? My
I
bad.
said that I tapped you on the pushed you on the shoulder with my paw, and I used message to tell you it's your turn to take the last watch. I'm gonna get a few hours shut eye. Are you good?
Oh, yeah. And like we're able to message kind of back and forth in our head.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll kind of look at you and shrug a little bit and say, "Good is subjective, but I'm well enough."
Okay. If you need anything, let me know.
Will do. Go get some sleep.
I'll go curl up in my tent after casting prestidigitation on my blankets so they're warm. And I'll curl up in a little cat circle, a shrimpy.
All right. Kyle, check your messages real quick.
Okay.
So you get up, and it's night is falling, and you make your way around camp. You're checking the perimeter. You're paying attention to what's going on in the forest, and it seems pretty uneventful. And then you wake up. And you wake up just on the outskirts of the camp that you've all made. There is a small stream. And Scar, you wake up in the middle of furiously scrubbing your arms and cleaning blood off of them. You remember Lady Rosalyn waking you. You remember walking around camp. And you remember sitting down in front of the fire. But you don't remember how you got to this brook. You don't remember how you got blood all the way up your forearms. You see your tunic has been neatly folded on the ground next to you, and it's damp because it's just been scrubbed clean. What do you do?
So am I naked in the stream right now?
At the moment, yeah.
Does anybody see me?
No, they do not.
Uh,
You can see the camp. The firelight from the camp is a good ways away from you. It's near enough you can see where camp is, but you can't make any details of the tents or anything.
gonna look around and just quickly look at my hands, figure out if there's any whatever on me, try to get it off real fast, put my clothes on, and then as I'm walking back up to camp, I'm gonna try to get as dry as possible, and as I'm walking, I'm gonna kick behind me so that the dust and stuff doesn't look like any footprints went down to that camp, down to the water.
Go ahead and make me a survival roll.
12.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to sort of clear up your tracks well enough that you're pretty confident that no one's going to be able to find their way back down there. And you get back to camp, and everyone is starting to sort of wake up and mill about and break down camp.
Everybody from our party is there.
You're all awake, and
we're not missing anybody in our party.
Scar is making his way back into camp. Go ahead. Your passive perception is 18.
Yeah.
You notice that Shadow's gone.
Oh.
He doesn't seem to be anywhere. Tara is actually still sleeping peacefully in her tent, but you don't see any signs of Shadow at the moment.
Do I smell any blood?
No.
I'm gonna go up to Vivhik. Have you seen Shadow anywhere?
Yeah, I don't know.
He woke me up for my watch and he went to bed, but I don't see him.
He was there on my watch. I guess if he woke you up, he was there for your. Yeah, I haven't seen him. I've been quite sound asleep.
Yeah, I saw him sleeping the whole time during my watch, and I don't know where he's at now.
Oh, I'm sure
Maybe-
he's fine. He's probably out scouting. You know how those rangers are.
That's true.
Also, look, and I point to Eclipse as it's glowing a bit.
I
It's never
saw
done
that
that
last
before.
night. I was walking by you and it was glowing like the moon. What's going on with that? It looks pretty.
It is still glowing, by the way.
I had a dream. I had a dream and it spoke to me.
What?
It said
What
to
did it say?
protect. It says to protect. It wants me to protect people.
That sounds perfect for you.
Yeah.
Okay, can we all hear this conversation?
Yeah.
Sure, I'm not.
Okay. I will chortle at that, and I'll be like, I once knew a guy who had a whistle that told him he could attract birds. Be careful with things that tell you to do things.
Have you not seen the whistle that attracts
Quick
giants?
question.
Right.
So we just use to get the hell out of that situation we were in earlier.
Where are the commoners?
What's that?
Where are the commoners?
They
Oh, yeah.
they kind of dispersed through the woods. They took off running
Oh.
when you guys got out of the cave. Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
They are hours gone.
Or maybe it's good. Who knows what happened to
Listen,
them?
you don't have to believe me or not, but I know what I saw. I know what I feel. And this thing, and I hold it in my hand proudly. I was like, this thing, something different.
As long as it's not telling you to hurt innocent people, I say it's fine.
No, of course not. It's good. It has a good aura. I like it.
I get that same feeling from it. And it's really pretty.
Yeah, she is really pretty.
Well, you guys, should we pack up camp and head out? I mean, where's Scar? Should we wait for him? Shadow, sorry.
Scattered.
Mm.
I turned to Tara and I'm like, do you know where Shadow's at right now?
I remember him waking me up a little while ago and saying he was gonna go catch some breakfast, but that was or some dinner, but that was a while ago. I don't. He's usually back by now.
If
Bill,
he's-
what was that whistle that you had earlier?
Are you
Um,
asking Tara?
No, Bill. What was
No,
that whistle
me.
that you did earlier? Would you like to try to call him?
Well, that was to call the
bandits.
The
I know.
bandits.
I thought you did. I thought you did one too. That was like. I know that was one to call the bandits. I
Maybe
didn't
I
know there was
can-
one that was like. Not a bird sounding one. I don't know. Something that might be used among.
Yeah,
if
I
he's
could.
within a certain distance, I could try sending him a message.
Yeah, that
See
would work.
if he responds. All right, give me a second. I'll see if he responds. And I go into my head and I basically shout in my head, Shadow, are you out there? Where are you? Shadow?
No response.
I'm gonna have Luna come over and have her sniff around and see if she can tell what direction he left.
Okay.
I could have sniffed around too.
Yeah, you're getting like absolutely just annoyed with this.
As I see the look on your face, it's gonna be like, is this gonna be a problem?
Luna kind of just sniffs around Terra and Shadow's tent, and then kind of sniffs sort of towards one edge of camp, and then towards another edge of camp, and then comes back over and like gives you sort of a quizzical look, and then plops down next to Terra and Shadow's tent again.
Well, he is a sneaky bastard. Well, if he's not here, I'm sure he has a reason not to be here, but he knows the plan.
Yeah. And he's a good
Although
enough ranger
he's the one
scout.
he's the one that pointed out where the wagons were. Did anybody get a good idea of where
I
they
can
were?
climb the tree using my slippers of spider walking. And I could see that distance too.
I need slippers.
And being that I'm wanting to be helpful, more helpful than the dog, I will jump at the chance to climb that tree
Okay.
to see where the horses are and stuff.
Go ahead and make me a survival roll.
As you climb up the tree, I'm like, it's not a contest.
Ooh.
So
Nat
you
20.
you pick the same tree that Shadow climbed up earlier, and there's trees all kind of around you. Like I said, this is a very secluded little grove that this stone hand you're camping in the midst of is planted in. And you climb up the tree, and as you're climbing up the tree, and you start getting to the top, you can see out over the forest, and you see the road in the distance, and you can make out faint shapes. And off to a little more towards the west, you can see over through the trees, like eventually you can make out what look to be like the rooftops of that part of the city that you had first entered, where you left your horses. And then the wind changes, and from behind you there's some taller trees, and you get hit in the face with this overwhelming stench of blood and death. And when you turn around, scattered on several different trees are different pieces of Shadow that have been nailed to each tree with his own arrows.
So shocked by this, I practically fall to the ground because I wasn't expecting to see that.
Yeah, go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw to see like if you are able to land safely or not. Yeah, you do. You land hard, but you land safely, and you're kind of shaken.
I get up and I run to Vivhik, and I tell him what I saw, and it was with his arrows that he. And I'm doing this using message because I don't want everybody else to hear. I don't especially want Terra to hear what's going on right now. But I'm visibly shaken and upset.
Yeah, that explains a lot. How did you get a good look at everything? Did you see, were they ripped apart or were they sliced?
I couldn't see from that distance. Could I see that?
It looked like something had pulled him apart multiple times over.
And Wow.
Like
How
that would
tall
have
is
to be
the tree?
strong.
The tree that Tara climbed up into, she probably got a good 65 feet up in the air to get the vision that the line of sight on the forest around you that she got. These trees, the other trees are
last
even
one
taller
being?
than that.
Okay. I'm going to bust out some pirate skills, and I'm going to scamper up the taller tree to some of Shadow's remains.
Oh
Okay.
well, do you know that it exists?
Oh yeah, they were
Well,
having that
well-
conversation via message.
Oh,
So the only thing you see is her like jump down and then kind of in a frantic state a little bit.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
but you didn't hear what I said to him because I didn't want Tara to hear it.
okay.
I'm gonna tell Roz, hurry up and get yourself together. I mean, we're obviously not safe here. We're gonna get on the move.
I will. I'm gonna tell Straw Bill.
I'll tell the rest.
You tell the
I'll
rest?
tell the rest.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll make my way over to, I guess where Straw Bill and Scar are. Where's Tara?
I'm gonna go
And-
towards
and-
Tara while you're doing that, and I'm gonna shuffle her away from you guys.
Okay. So I'll go up to Straw Bill and Scar, and I say, so Lady Rosalyn just scouted out for us, and we lost Shadow. He's been ripped apart and displayed in treetops around us.
And you
I don't know
hear
how that happened.
Tara just is like, "That's not true."
I'm sorry. This is not meant to hurt you or anything, but what I say is the truth. I trust in Lady Rosalyn's word.
And she kind of walks over to you, and she's like, "That's not true. He wouldn't do that. That wouldn't happen to him." And she kind of goes to like shove you a little bit, but you're, huge, so you don't even really move. It actually like kind of pushes her back a little bit.
I'm sorry, little one.
And then you see her as like your sincerity about what you're saying sort of hits her. She starts to get kind of teary-eyed, and she's still keeps saying to you that's not true, and just keeps pushing on you and repeating that and like shoving you. And then she kind of just sits down for a second and starts sobbing into her lap and looks over at Bill, and she's like, "It's not true, is it?"
I will let me endeavor to find the meaning of this. And Lady Rosalyn, could you point up to where you saw the remains?
Yeah, over there.
Okay. When she does that, then I will attempt to crawl up the tree.
I'm gonna like put a hand on your shoulder as right before you go up and just look at you in the face and say, "Hey, be careful."
As careful as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
That went way over my head, but I'll take your word for it.
Why are we putting
So, yeah.
cats in this? What do you have against cats?
What? Nothing. So, what would you like me to roll for that?
What skill are you trying to use, or are we just using like you're gonna climb up there? Go ahead. Give me an athletics check.
Can I do acrobatics instead?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
God damn it. Nope, never mind. It must be slick with blood or something.
Yes.
Am I able to
it's
try to climb up
hard
and
to
take
find
roll?
a good grip.
Yeah. Not that I, spent my entire youth on a pirate ship or anything. That's cool.
I'm gonna be like,
yeah.
guys, we don't need to draw a bunch of attention to ourselves. We don't even know what that was, and Shadow's a very careful person.
And then the wind at this moment sort of picks up a little bit, and you hear what sounds like rain for a second,
Gross.
and it's just a little bit of blood falling through the trees that starts landing on the ground around you.
That's horrible.
I go to cover Tara's eyes.
Yeah, she is sobbing uncontrollably right now.
Whatever did this?
I'll take out my shield and kind of cover Tara with the shield around her back and lean over and just kind of let her cry and kind of this little protective shell around her and kind of comfort her and not look at everybody else and say like we need to figure out what we need to do to get out of here.
Whoever did this
kneel.
could be coming after us. We need to make sure we protect Tara.
I'm gonna kneel before Tara and take her hands in mine. I'm going to investigate her hands.
Okay, go ahead and make me an
while at the
investigation.
same
Well,
time-
you don't need to
No.
roll for it.
Okay.
At least for looking for, like, there's no blood. They look kind of roughed up, like they have been.
Right, because they've been living rough.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with her hands.
Okay. I'm like, there's no reason to stay here. Like, gently holding her hands, and then we'll Vivhik, can we put her on Luna?
Yeah, I'm already on it.
Okay, cool.
And I'll have Luna come over and I'll pick her up and set her on Luna.
Lady Rosalyn, can you lead us in the direction of where the our horses are so we can get out of here faster?
Yeah, follow me.
Cool. And then Scar, I'm gonna have you. I'm just gonna walk next to you, like as marching order.
All right. And as you set Tara down on Luna, Vivhik, you notice that, like, sort of the fur on the nape of Luna's neck seems to grow out a little bit longer, just so that she's got something to hold on to. It kind of wraps itself around her hands. And you guys begin making your way towards your horses. Go ahead and make me, whoever has the high, well, Rosalyn, you would be leading everybody. Go ahead and make me a survival check, please.
I'm able to help. Mine's a +5.
If you want to help, I'll say you can roll it with advantage. Oh, you already have advantage.
Yeah, I have advantage
Oh,
on
okay.
everything, pretty much.
Yeah, that's good enough. You're able to make your way through the woods, and it does take, as Shadow had said, about an hour and a half, or so to get through the woods. And and you're moving as quickly as you can in the dark. But eventually, you do come across the place where you guys had hobbled your horses, and they are still there. Your wagon is still there, Scar, although it looks like it's been rifled through. Someone has searched it. But your mounts and your transportation are still there.
Do we see any activity nearby?
Not in the immediate area. You can make a perception roll if you like.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like it. No. Actually, seems fairly quiet. Even the town is still smoking behind you, but there doesn't seem to be any sounds coming from the town either.
I'm gonna keep an eye on the sky.
Okay. As you mount your horses and get settled in, you notice Tara has no desire to get off of Luna at the moment. She's perfectly content just riding right there. You begin to make your way back north towards Briarhaven.
I'm gonna ask Bill. Bill, do you mind riding on Luna? Just so she's not alone.
Sure, yeah,
Oh.
you can do that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I even have animal handling. Yeah.
As you begin making your way north, you do come to sort of a fork in the road. And you can hear faintly in the distance, again, the sounds of horses on the road, and sort of shouting coming your way. It's still a ways off, but it sounds aggressive. It sounds like it could probably be members of the Gleaming Fang. That's the road to your right. To your left is an identical road that leads off a little bit further towards the north and west. And in the distance, you can see sort of imagine you're on like a hilltop for a second. You can kind of see these two paths stretching out in front of you, and you can see in the distance that there's the beginnings of a bog that way. You remember Shadow saying that there were
The
two roads
marshes.
home.
Yeah.
So it is up to you to choose which path you take.
He said he didn't recommend going in those marshes.
I'd rather fight the evil than I know that the evil than I don't.
Yeah. Same.
Well, on this we have an accord. Yeah. Luna will follow you wherever you go. So I'm just along for the ride.
Well, let's make haste. We don't have much, or we have limited time in the dark, and we need to get back as soon as we can.
All right.
Fight or no fight.
So, do we lose the wagon?
No, you still have the wagon.
No, I'm asking.
Oh, you're asking if you want to leave it?
Yeah, do we want to leave the wagon? It's not gonna
Gotcha.
we can have.
I assumed that we were already on the wagons. How many horses do we? Oh, we do have a horse for everyone.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I can't remember what we had on the wagons enough to know that it's worth leaving. I mean, I'm okay with leaving the wagons, honestly. Scar, it's your wagon. One of yours.
Sign over to Strawbill, and I'll just be like, that was all my money.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay. Cool. Keep the wagon, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I'll buy
I'll
you another
sign
wagon.
the.
I'll buy you another wagon. Let's go.
All right.
I'll
Go
kind of just
ahead.
walk over to the side of the wagon and I'll punch each of the wheels so that nobody can. If I can't have the wagon, nobody can have the wagon.
You set it up in a way to blockade the road behind us.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty wide road. It wasn't a terribly big wagon. It'll slow things down, but you're not going to stop traffic with it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. And did you guys make sure you took your long rest? You're all fully rested?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure before we begin traveling. Go ahead, and I will have Strawbill roll me 2d100s. Roll me percentile.
Okay. $80.
All right. You guys travel up the road a little ways, and the sounds that you first heard seem to be receding in the distance, and you're able to make it most of the way through the night as the sun is coming up, and you're able to find an equally safe place to make camp for the evening, or for the day, if you would like. If you're going to hold to Shadow's advice and travel at night.
Oh.
All right.
Um. Yeah, you know what? Considering we don't know, I would like to get back. How long would it take to get back to um
Briarhaven.
town?
At the moment, with the rate you're going, it's going to take you about 3 more days.
Just traveling at night?
Yep. Provided nothing happens.
Gotcha.
I figure if we split it, if we do one more at night, and then do the other,
Well, okay.
yeah,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, let's do that.
let's get further away under the cover of darkness, and then once well, as long as we don't hear them like hounding us, then we can travel during the day.
Okay. Sounds good to me. How's Tara doing?
She's shaken. She's been very quiet. She's been really stuck on Luna, and sticking next to Luna, and just kind of your big fluffy faithful steed has become a giant security blanket to this little girl.
Okay.
But
yes.
she's even less talkative now than she was before. And she's kind of, you catch her at moments where she's kind of just staring off into space and holding back tears.
Okay. We're gonna start making camp then.
Yeah, you can.
I'm gonna go to Rosalyn and I'm gonna say, hey, look, I am not that good at this, and I know you've been where she's been before. Can you talk to her, maybe try to give her some comfort?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to pull out my lyre and sit next to her, and start playing just a little soothing song, just quietly, not real loud, and I'm gonna kind of bump shoulders with her. You know, Vivhik is really good at keeping us safe. He's been doing it my whole life for me. I lost my brother when I was really young, and he's been the one rock in my life. I want you to know that with us, we won't let you go. If you want a place to stay, we'll keep you safe.
She kind of just sits there. She doesn't really say anything for a minute, and then she kind of just leans back into you and just stays there. And doesn't really say anything. And you can hear a couple of like half-hearted, sort of choked back sniffles and not fully expressed sobs. But she just sits there.
And I'll just I'll be kind of just, motherly, scratching her head through her hair and holding her there while I'm just playing with my other hand just gently on the lyre. Lyre? How do you say it? Is it a lyre?
It's a lyre.
Okay.
Lyre.
I'm going to try to join along, kind of like a humming noise, like just humming along to the song that Rosalyn's playing. I'm sure over the years I'm kind of used to her playing.
Sure.
And just trying to kind of ease the mood a little bit.
Go ahead and make me a performance roll. I'll say with advantage because it's a song you're familiar with.
Ugh. Oh, well, I'm pretty horrible at it apparently.
You are giving it the old college try, but it is terrible. You're not keeping time properly, but and you do get a little half-hearted giggle out of Tara when you do that.
Out of curiosity, would I by chance know any of the song?
Yeah, you would. You've been through Caldis. You've been through that part of the country. You would 100% know that melody.
I will go ahead and attempt to sing along with her then. Yeah.
Go ahead and make me a performance check.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yes. I try to get Vivhik back on track.
Oh yeah. No, you are nailing it. You guys are coming together on this, and and even Tara seems like she's sort of warming up to the idea, at least, even if she's not really with you guys on this, but you do see the faint hint of a smile. And then Lady Rosalyn, as you guys are doing this, and you're all kind of having this beautiful moment, you catch a whiff on the air of something very unfamiliar, and at the moment, kind of dirty smelling, and you hear some rustling in the bushes, and a voice cuts through the air towards you guys as this small figure walks out of the forest. Bigley, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Who's playing this terrible music back in my backyard here? I need y'all to cut it out right about now.
I'm gonna drop my lyre on the ground and jump up to my feet with cat-like reflexes. Who are you?
Bigley, what do they see when they see you?
Kind of jumps out of the bushes. He's about 3 feet tall. He looks almost like a garden gnome, kind of, but has a bright red cap on, and he's holding like a little axe and a wand in one hand, and he's got a big, long, like scraggly beard and like a wizard's hat on, kind of, but there's like mushrooms growing out of everything, and it kind of looks like a bird's nest kind of in the hat. But
You,
yeah,
sir, need a bath.
Can I do like a perception and see kind of what his demeanor toward us is?
Oh, you don't need to make a roll for that. He is annoyed.
Is
Yeah,
he
he is.
threatening or just kind of
Well,
like?
No, more like old man yelling at clouds.
Yeah. Okay.
Kind of vibes.
Yeah.
Get off my lawn!
Yeah, very much. You crazy kids, get off my lawn.
I'm going to. I'm just gonna stand up and just kind of look down at him, and and say, "We mean you no harm. We just need a place to rest until nightfall."
Well, so you just pick any old spot in the middle of the woods and call it a good old spot and just say it's yours? Like, you don't see if anybody's living around here or anything like that? You
I
just
don't see
just call
anybody
yours?
trying to claim it for our own.
You don't see my little shack right over here? You didn't see that's my house?
Look, good sir, we
Um,
have had a very rough day, and we were just
How-
trying to cheer up one of our party members here, this adorable little girl. We are so sorry that we did not notice your cute house over there.
Yeah, how noticeable is this house?
It is it's like a hollowed out stump in a tree. It's not even a house. It's, if you didn't know any better, it would just as easily belong to like a badger or a squirrel.
I'm gonna just try to use a persuasion on him.
Hey,
and
Mike.
I'm gonna.
Go look at those rolls.
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ.
So, I'm going to kind of look at you guys and be like, y'all need to get out of here. And I'm going to cast dancing lights, not really targeting anybody, but just kind of throwing a big cloud of light in your direction, really, and like all sorts of different colors and stuff. But as I do that, like this like weird glow kind of comes from the wand, and it starts like sparking all strange, and like the lights start coming out, but all of a sudden, I turn into a goat, and I'm just sitting there, and I'm just like, ah, ah.
I'm gonna burst out laughing.
I too will start cracking up. 'Cause I'm, up to this point, I'm like, oh Jesus.
Where's Scar
Alright.
at this point?
I'm gonna walk up to Bigley's gonna walk up to Strawbill and start trying to eat his like clothes.
Where is Scar right now? Is he just sort of sitting off to the side watching all of this?
Yeah, he would not be entertained or be dealing with that.
Has he been acting at all weird since we found these body
Just very
parts?
quiet.
I mean, he's always quiet. He doesn't
But
speak.
more, I would say more so than usual. He's just kind of like ever since his episode, like he's just been like
In the
not even
background.
talking to Strawbill anymore. Just kind of by himself, kind of journaling quite a bit and keeping to himself.
Oh, he's journaling. Interesting. Okay.
Outside of game, does he feel like maybe did I do this?
He has no idea.
He's not even questioning it to himself.
He might be questioning it a little bit, but he really doesn't. He doesn't know. I mean, he did wake him. He did wake up with blood on his.
No, they don't know that.
Oh, that's true.
They don't know that. But Rosalyn can certainly ask him about it.
About being
I'm gonna-
quiet.
Well-
I mean, yeah, you can check in on your friend.
That's true.
I'm kind of concerned about this goat here. I'm gonna say, hey Roz, can you? I know you can talk to people, their minds or whatever. Can you see if the goat's okay?
Does message work on animals if they were once people?
You can try and find out.
Because it's not speak to animals.
I know.
but-
Yeah, it just.
All right, I send a message to the goat. You seem to have messed that spell up there.
You can respond, Bigley.
He'll mess like. So this is in your head, kinda.
Yeah.
Just looks at you like in goat form and just says, "Well, no shit. I'm a goat. I wasn't planning on being a goat."
Dude, if you'd like to hang out with us around the fire while we rest here on your land, we would love to have you.
You got food?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll wait this polymorph off with you guys, I suppose. This wild magic gets me going sometimes. Bah.
It's okay, guys. He said he'll hang out with us around the fire. But no more talking bad about our music. I take my music seriously.
Play better music.
Also, with no fire. We don't want people knowing where we are.
How protected is your land?
Why don't you all just come on? Take me into my little shack there, down in the basement. There's plenty of room. We can all just sleep down there for the night.
You said it was a tree stump?
Yeah.
Can we
Good
fit in there?
No, it's a tree stump.
I'm gonna look at Bigley, and then I'm gonna look up at Vivhik and be like, I'm not sure we can fit in there.
Hey, what's he saying?
He wants us to go in his house, and I'm gonna point to the tree stump.
What house?
It's the stump over there.
Can he fit in?
Is
he like a regular sized goat?
He's a little bit smaller than a normal goat.
Okay.
He's like, you know, he appears like a sort of an old, fully grown, mature goat. But he's
Like
the
a
size of
miniature
like
goat.
a baby goat. Yeah, like a toy model.
He's so cute. Is there a certain magic about your house? Like, you know, it's bigger on the inside than the outside, or
Well, and it's got a big basement. We'll say that. The stump might not be very big, but I promise the basement's pretty big.
He says that it's not what it seems, that the basement is pretty big and we can all go in there and hang out for the day.
Oh, look, I never heard that one before.
And as you're having that conversation, there's sort of a little like, and he pops back into his normal red cap form as the magic wears off.
I look down at him nibbling my clothes while he.
Yeah, he still has a piece of your coat in his mouth as he turns back into his normal form.
I'm about to tap him on the nose before he pops into the. I'm like, hey, sit.
I imagine he turns back into his normal form, but like doubles down and starts chewing a little bit harder.
Meanwhile, Tara, is she giggling at all of this? It's gotta look hilarious.
Yeah. She's she's got that smile that's it's genuine, but it's still not quite reaching her eyes. But she is definitely getting a kick out of this.
I'm gonna send a message to Scar. Hey, you all right?
He'll respond by just being like, I'm fine, just leave me alone.
Okay, you want to come in here with us?
Yes.
Well, Bigley, show us where your door is.
It's not how it necessarily works, Mike, but can I turn off a minor illusion to
Absolutely.
like a big trapdoor in the ground, basically?
I'm giving you carte blanche right now. Tell your story, buddy.
All right. So I'll kind of walk over to the stump and I'll whistle a little bit, kind of in sounds of like a very specific kind of a bird right there. And all of a sudden the tree stump will turn into just like a big trap door kind of, but with stairs going down. And it almost looks like just kind of like a hobbit hole, but not really. Definitely more like ramshackle than that, with bunch of little dried bits and bobs hanging from the ceiling and stuff like that. But it's all underground, so it's real wet, and there's mushrooms growing everywhere and stuff like that.
Are they edible?
I'm gonna say when we go down there, and I'm gonna say, don't think about it, Ross.
I'm looking at the mushrooms.
As he's holding up,
I have some good ones. I'll give you a good old time.
As he's holding open the trap door, you can hear coming down the road. You're camped a little ways off the road, but you're near enough that you can see it, and you can hear the sound of many horses riding down that road in your direction.
We better hurry, guys.
Sounds of sort of hooting and hollering and yeah, very much sounds like it could be members of the Fang. You're not sure, but you've got no reason to assume it's not them.
We better hurry, guys. I can hear them. They're getting closer.
Okay, yeah. I'll try to make my way down into the hole.
Right.
I grab Tara's hand, and I'm holding her hand.
Right. Is everybody going down? Is Scar going down?
Yeah, he is.
Okay. Straw Bill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You guys make your way down into this little sort of hovel, and it is much bigger down there. Like, he was not lying. And it's got kind of a roughshod sort of entryway, but when you get down in there, like, the furniture's all carved from other, tree stumps and logs and things, and the craftsmanship is not great, but they're sturdy. They're all about gnome sized, so Vivhik's gonna break anything he tries to sit in. And it's reasonably comfortable. There's even like a little hearth dug into the wall with a little chimney that leads up to the surface. There's nothing burning in it at the moment, but and like he's got some sort of obviously stolen like glass lanterns that are filled with like a little colony of sort of glowworms that he's cultivated that kind of make light that's not fire down there, so you can all see reasonably well. And yeah, you're down into Bigley's home.
Does Eclipse show like glow at all?
Yeah, yep. When
Okay.
you go into darkness, and this is true from now on.
Okay.
When it is dark, Eclipse is luminous.
Okay.
And it sheds dim light in a 15-foot radius around you.
Cool.
That's handy.
Yep. Yeah, you should look at the stat block for Eclipse because it does all kinds of neat shit now.
So is that like fully unlocked now?
This part of it is.
Okay, so everything. Okay, cool. I just didn't know if there was.
Yep.
There's. Okay, cool.
Yeah, all the
Good to
stuff
know.
that's on the sheet is all stuff you can use now.
Cool. Yeah. So I'll find a little spot on the floor that I can sit down and lean my back against the wall, and I'll just kind of sit down and take stock of the room, and kind of just rest my feet for a bit.
Oh yeah, just make yourself at home. Why don't you? Don't care.
Isn't that what you said to do?
I mean, I said you could come down and hide. I didn't necessarily say that you could put up your stinky ass feet.
I'm gonna
Okay.
don't mind him. He's just a big oaf. I'm gonna cast prestidigitation and kind of clean up a little bit where he's broken things and stuff.
When
Thank you, my
do
lady.
that,
What might your name be?
Oh, Lady Rosalyn, at your service. And I put my hand out to him.
I kind of reach out, but all I can grab is your finger because that's all my hand is big enough really for. Kind of shake it a little bit.
And then I'm gonna butt in and be like, and I'm the Aegis of the Moon, or bodyguard.
Don't mind
Well,
him.
it's something to meet you. My name's Bigley. I'm here just minding my own business. I was kind of kicked out of my old place a while ago. They didn't really like me too much.
I'm gonna look him up and down, like look at his feet, and then just look up, and I'm like, Bigley, huh?
Yes, very big. You should see me compared to everybody else at my village. But
Is this
yeah, they.
have we seen? Is it, like, do I recognize his race or what he is?
Go ahead and make me a nature check. He looks like sort of almost comically exaggerated version of other gnomes you've met, but his skin is sort of gray and a bit sallow. You notice like his eyes are a dull red. And he is kind of an unsightly little guy. Two bulbous nose and a long, again, he has this long beard and it's sort of festooned with these mushrooms that seem to be growing out of it. Um, but yeah, as far as you know, he's some kind of gnome, but he doesn't seem like a normal gnome.
Can I do like a perception around to see if I see anything odd that would give me a bad feeling about him or something, or insight or?
You can make me an insight check. I mean, as far as you can tell, he's just a weird guy who's probably been alone for too long, and social niceties might be a little bit beyond him. But yeah, you don't pick up on any sort of ill intent or ill will.
I'm going to call over to Tara and like kind of have her sit next to me and call Luna over and have her chill next to me,
They call
like
you
within my
Bigly
reach.
because you have a big personality. I'm sure.
Oh, I'm telling you, I'm massive compared to everybody else back at town. But you could say that also. I mean, uh, I kind of that might be why I don't live back at the village anymore. But that's beside the point. They just didn't really like the fact that my magic is a little bit extra sometimes.
When you say extra, you sneeze and a feather kind of shoots out your nose.
As you can probably see, some interesting things happen every now and then. But if you all could just do your best to ignore that for me,
I gently clap him on the back and I say, ignore what? And I find a small stool to sit on, and just take in the room, and don't touch anything.
I'm gonna like.
you all seem awfully nervous. What's going on?
It's your house.
Well, we've had a lot of rough last couple days, and we recently lost a party member. And all those hooves out there that you heard, well, they're looking for us.
I see. But
Is that gonna be a problem?
no. As you can see, I'm very good at hiding. I don't like to get involved with too many other people's wares, but I'm always as long as people aren't outwardly necessarily aggressive. I might give you a little bit of a hard time, but I really I'm here to help people. Down here in this little shack, as you can see, I'm growing all sorts of healing plants and drying them, getting them ready, making potions, all sorts of little bits and bobbles. I have some things from the back home, but you probably don't want to touch those. They're not from around here necessarily. But yeah, I was just giving you a hard time earlier. What would you say your name was? Aegis? That's weird. Go ahead, sit yourself down, make yourself at home. Just let me know if you need anything. I'm here to help.
Do you
Well, I'll
by
take all the help
chance
you can give. Yeah.
have any tea or anything warm that we could drink? A nice warm beverage?
Non-psychedelic.
Maybe with some mushrooms in it? Mushroom tea is good for your immune system, okay?
go over to where like my big like cauldron is and everything, and I start grabbing stuff off the wall real fast and everything, and like throwing it in real fast and mixing it up and everything, and pour out like a pretty hot cup of tea and hand it to you, and be like, "This should do you pretty good. It's
Ooh, thank
good for sleepy time and make you feel real good when you wake up. Y'all are good to crash out here for the night. Anybody's welcome to anything. Just yeah, let me know if you need any."
You have anything that's more appropriate for the little one here? I'll point to Tara.
You'd have like some water. You'd have fresh water.
Hot cocoa.
I go over and I just take like a lemon and put it on the corner of a water and give it to her.
Appreciate it.
Now, did you all need anything? Did you just want to hide out here for a little bit? What
We're
can I be of service to you in any way? It looks like you got a pretty ragtag crew here.
Well, yes, we were put together by Lord Grahm. I'm sure if you live around here, you're familiar with his position.
No idea. No idea who you're talking about.
Oh, interesting. Well,
I don't
surprise me.
necessarily concern myself with the matters of humans.
Well, it doesn't surprise me. To be honest, looking around, well, we were sent on a mission. There's quite some trouble down to the south, and we found the source of the trouble, and there are some people that needed our help. One of them being this little one here, and we're just trying to get her to safety.
Well, as I said, you're free to rest here for the night. If you need
Well.
anything else, just let me know. I'll be. You might see me practicing a little bit of magic. Just don't worry if I turn into a goat or anything again. It'll wear off about an hour.
What can you tell us about the surrounding area? Is there anything presence-wise we should be wary of on our travels? To be honest, we just lost a comrade in the night. We had no idea what happened to him, but his death was rather gruesome, and we don't know what could cause that.
This tea is delicious.
All that I really know is the last couple days, heard a lot of movement outside, and it's a lot of people. No good people. They're bad. They didn't like my little party tricks.
No. Do they
But
know that you're here?
I will say, if you guys had the option, you made the good choice of going this way and not that other direction. That swamp is no good.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's what we were told.
I didn't want to trudge through mud and swamp anyway. Ugh.
That's not even the bad part.
It is
What's
for
the
me.
bad part?
I don't know specifics, but I do know that nobody really that I've heard of comes back after they walk in there.
Fair enough. I don't know what anybody wants to deal with the swamp anyway.
I would say I'm not 100% sure, but I do know every once in a while, because I can kind of see the swamp if I go up on that hill over there. I see kind of what looks like people walking around, but you can almost see through them. But they almost also look like the people that have come through here before on their way into the swamp. But they're there for a little bit and then they're gone. Not sure if it's haunted over there or something, but it's
Is there
definitely a
anything-
bad place.
So you're saying that you
But,
can see through them?
I mean, that also could just be that I eat too many mushrooms down here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what's real half the time.
That sounds like a good time to me.
All right.
Mhm.
So you guys going to spend the night in the safety of Bigley's hovel?
Relative safety of Big
Relative
Lee's
safety of Bigley's hovel. Is there anything that any of you would like to do over the course of your rest?
I'm just gonna take out a little piece of cloth and polish Eclipse before I go to bed.
He's in
I'm
love.
He's in love. I'll go up to Scar and Scar, while you were passed out, I borrowed your ring for a second. Now that you're awake, I was wondering if I could ask to see it. We figured a couple things out. I'd like to borrow it to see if I could take it to Wolfrin when we get back into town, but I'm going to try a few different things. Would it be okay if I experiment with it?
I sign back to you and just say, I haven't really had any use for it other than almost blowing us up a couple times, so might be better if you have it anyway.
Okay. And then I'm also... Do you have the tooth on you right now?
I reach into my backpack and kind of pull it out.
Okay. I'm gonna look at the tooth for a minute or two.
Okay.
What's the... So the one side is all of the heroes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The other side is kind of the same relief, or is it a different image?
It almost the back side of it. So you have one side that's got that carving that's depicting all the heroes standing up against this other figure, sort of in defiance of him, and then the back side of that is just sort of, it almost resembles like Baleen. In a way, like thin slats have been carved into it. You can see the glow emanating through them. It doesn't really have a design.
Okay.
Like,
would it then... Is this where something would like a piece of leather would slip through to so you could adorn it?
you could, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just like a comb texture on the back, right?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's all connected and sort of scalloped around the shape of the tooth, but the backside, it's got little, very fine sort of slats cut into it.
Okay.
How obvious is it that you're doing this?
I'm not I'm not like holding it up and looking at it. I'm like holding it in my hand. How big is it?
I would say it's probably about 2.5 feet in length, and it's probably got a diameter of somewhere between 6 and 8 inches ish. I'm kind of ballparking it right now.
Okay.
And it, that tapers all the way down to, it's a curved like dragon's tooth. It tapers all the way down to, a very, very small, delicate point.
So
do I see this happening?
Yeah, you would. I'm not hiding it, but yeah.
What is Bigley doing?
Bigley's kind of just hanging out by his stove, kind of cooking up whatever.
Is he distracted?
Yeah, he's not really looking at you guys at all.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna be like, Bill.
What?
Put that away.
No. There are things that I have to find out about things that I've seen, and this tooth has something to do with that. So, if you don't mind, I'm
I
trying
do
to
mind. We don't.
study this.
How? I'm gonna kind of point over to Bigley. If
I
you
look
really
over my shoulder and I'm like, you worry about that gnome? Okay, that
listen,
might
stranger things
be
have happened in the last couple days.
right. And
Scar
we're
turned to
trying.
stone. There was a dragon. I just want to get back to the palace.
Bigley's gonna look up and be like, "Yeah, you should be worried over there."
Uh-huh. I'm all right. Protect Lady Rosalyn. Leave me alone. And I go back to studying the tooth. When I do that, there's the figure that the heroes are standing against.
Mhm.
Do I recognize that creature at all? Is that
The detail on that figure as you're examining this is a lot less refined. It's a lot more subtle than the detail on the rest of the images that are on there. So you can't make out a specific visage. It looks the silhouette of it is it almost doesn't really align with what the rest of the motif is, because it looks like the silhouette of, like, the wizard with a pointy hat wielding a staff. Like, it almost seems kind of comical, but it's carved in a way that, definitely the artistry of it conveys that this was a being of some power and also some malice. But you can't make out like any facial features. However,
and
make me an investigation roll. As you are looking over this, and you're trying to pick out facial details of anyone that you recognize, and there is one face on there at the moment that jumps out at you of, like, I've seen this face before. And it is a figure that is wearing sort of what looks like bulky armor and no helmet, with sort of long flowing hair and the image of some facial hair has been carved into it, and he's wielding this massive great sword with sort of waves through its blade, and the tip ends in like a big fish hook sort of point. And the face that is depicted on there, if you were a gambling man, you would say that is Lord Grahm. It's not, to what you're seeing, it doesn't look like a rough approximation of, like, maybe that could be. That is him. You are dead certain that is him.
I wrap up the tooth when I see that, and I just mumble to myself, questions and questions and questions and questions and questions, and I hand the tooth back to Scar, and then I go and sit back on my the bench or the stool and start playing with the ring. Yeah, yeah, I don't look at anybody. And yeah, I just kind of fall in my thoughts.
I'm going to sit back down, but I have a concerned look on my face as I did not like the conversation that we just had. And I'm just gonna kind of study him and just kind of be wary of him.
Okay.
I'm going to send a message in Bigley's head and ask, did you put anything special in this tea?
Oh, just the normal sleepy time stuff. It'll knock you out pretty good for about 6 hours, but nothing other than that.
Got any special mushrooms maybe for later when we're not on the run?
Oh, absolutely, but they'll cost you.
I'm might be willing to pay for that.
5 gold pieces, and they're yours.
Oh, you got it. But slip it to me on the sly. Don't Vivhik will. He's never approving.
The adults never are.
So I'll give him 5 gold pieces.
I'm going to just, like, split my beard open and reach into it and kind of rip out a handful and hand them to you. These should do you pretty good.
Looking around. Thanks. Where's Tara?
She's sitting over with Luna, sort of off to one side in a corner. She's kind of marveling a little bit, paying too much attention to sort of one of those lamps filled with glowworms. You can tell she's kind of just tuning everything out.
All right, I'm gonna go and sit next to her and pull out my little squirrel statue that I bought a long time ago. So you never added it to my inventory, so I don't really, I don't remember much about it.
It's basically find familiar.
Oh, okay. So
I forgot you even had that until right now myself. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Hey, watch this. And I'm gonna whisper into its ears and set it on the ground, and it's gonna turn into a squirrel.
And her eyes light up, and she kind of like puts her hands out and like pats the ground and like tries to get it to like sort of come closer to her. And she's like, "Oh my god, it's so cute."
When you do that, I look up and I go, "Oh, there's Sprite." And then you go back to the ring. I'm like, the squirrel. Yes.
See, these are the kinds of party tricks you should be doing when you're on the run, not playing music in the middle of the woods, disturbing people's sleep.
It was good music. You could have joined in the song.
I don't know about that.
I mean, I understand. You probably heard Vivhik singing. He's never been good at keeping a tune, but my playing is above par, okay?
Who all has had some of Bigley's tea?
I think just me.
Just you?
I don't know if he gave some to Tara or not.
I kind of set out a big
with
pot.
Lemon.
Water.
Yeah, I gave her lemon water. But I kind of set out a big pot of it. Specifically, I gave Lady Rosalyn a glass, though. But offered you guys if you wanted any. Go ahead and take some.
So just Lady Rosalyn has had tea?
And I would say Scar had some.
And Scar.
As well.
Rosalyn and Scar make me Constitution saving throws.
Oh my gosh, we're twinsies.
You are both starting to feel pleasantly drowsy. You're not falling asleep yet, but you can feel it's like when you take melatonin and you're like, oh, I should start thinking about going to bed.
You make it past that sleepy point, things get real weird.
Yeah, they do. But yeah, you guys are starting to get a little drowsy. You're getting ready to turn in, and you see Tara gives a big yawn too.
So when we went into the house, I'm assuming it was daytime because we were trying to lay low during the day.
Yeah, I mean your circadian rhythm is all screwed up at the moment.
Right.
It's dark underground too.
And it is dark underground.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if they would fall asleep, what time it would be before nighttime.
At the moment, I would ballpark it. It's probably you traveled all night. It's probably around like 9 in the morning right now. So you guys were stopped and getting ready to go to sleep anyway. So that you can travel overnight.
I'll I'll get into my normal resting position, but I'm not necessarily super tired yet. So I have a deck of cards. I think I'm just gonna go around. I'm just gonna pull that out and just kind of like mess around with like cardistry tricks in my hands
Oh,
to pass the time.
go ahead and make me a sleight of hand check.
Ooh. Nobody
While
said I was
he's doing
good.
that,
Nobody
since
said I was good at it. I was just trying to figure it out.
I'm getting sleepy,
But apparently I
and
was.
I've got my arms. I've got Tara in my arms too. We're just kind of cuddling here.
So you guys are sort of snuggling up and getting ready to go to sleep, and you're watching Vivhik, and he's doing like a one-handed shuffle. Better than every other time you've seen him try and do this. He has just fired cards across the room. And right now he's deftly just shuffling that deck of cards with one hand and like pulling some out and sliding them back in and rotating it, and like even like does a little bridge and snaps them up into the air and then like catches the whole thing back together.
I will join in on that.
Quite impressive.
I've never seen you so good at this trick.
I'll take out my deck and start to follow suit.
Ooh, go ahead and make me a sleight of hand.
Battle of the
Not a-
cards.
No, it's not a battle. It's just to find common ground.
I like that.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to best him. I'm just trying to show playfulness.
And you do that, and you do. It starts off great, and you kind of start picking up the pattern that he's shuffling in and doing it, and then you get a hitch on one of your cards and wind up kind of spilling them all over your lap for a second.
Looks like you got to teach the bird some new tricks here soon.
Yeah,
I look
I've been
over
there
and go,
before.
"Who are you calling a bird?"
You.
I get up and walk out.
You gotta be careful with those bird comments. He gets real angry every time I say those things.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the beak. He's got the feathers. I mean,
I know.
Bird.
I know. He's very sensitive.
Well, I'm sorry, Mister. What's your real name?
I'm outside.
Yeah, he went outside.
Yeah, I
Oh.
left.
Well, don't gotta worry about him anymore.
I like this bigly fella.
I'm just gonna put my hand over my face and just shake my head like, oh my god, this is couldn't get any worse.
So, as we'll put the brakes on it there for a second. As the night winds down, Bill is outside getting some air, and the rest of you are getting ready to settle in and take your rest. Why don't we take a quick? I gotta use the restroom. Why don't we take a quick 10-minute break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let everybody stretch their legs for a second, and then we'll come right back.
Stay right
Indeed.
here, everybody. We'll be right back.
And we are back. All right. You might have to refresh your D&D Beyond page real quick.
Okay.
Because it timed out with all of our theater of the mind we were doing. Here we go. So you all are able to find a relatively peaceful rest in the tenuously safe confines of Bigley's hovel. Straw Bill, you're outside. What are you doing?
I am going to this is going to sound ridiculous. I'm going to attempt to try to climb a tree to prove to myself that I can climb a tree
Okay.
and that I am not a bird.
Why are you climbing a tree if you're not a bird?
Because I don't fly up the tree. I climb trees. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm a pirate.
Woodpeckers, woodpeckers, they kind of climb trees.
Okay, you're not making this better.
Go ahead and give me an acrobatics roll.
God.
The bark on these trees is it peels off in strips, kind of like how
Like birch?
kind of like birch, or almost like how on the West Coast there's a species of eucalyptus tree that is the bark is very brittle, and will peel off in these long sheets.
Yeah.
And,
No, the dice bounced with 18 showing 3 times, and then over to a 2.
The dice
That's
be a
why
cruel mistress.
I hate the dice right now.
Because
No,
you're trying to climb this tree and you're just like ripping pieces of bark off and not really gaining any ground.
I'm about to light this tree on fucking fire. That's what I'm about to do. All right, that's fine. I'll get frustrated and tired, and I'll find a like a hollow in another tree stump. Or the tree stump is actually there.
No, that was an illusion.
No, it's a minor illusion, yeah.
Okay. So so I'll just look for a hollow in a tree.
Then you're gonna take your rest there.
Yeah, I'll as best I can. Snuggle down into the hollow tree.
As you're sitting there, sort of getting comfortable, a heavy black shadow passes over the clearing that you guys have set up camp in. There's enough tree cover that you're hidden, but from your vantage point, you can see a large winged something fly over the area you're in and kind of make a wide circle and then fly off to the east.
Towards the marsh.
No, away from the marsh.
Away from the marsh.
Was
it Eurydice, or was it smaller than?
Go ahead and make me a perception roll.
Okay. Boink. You mother.
You can't tell. Whatever it was too high up, but it was casting a very big shadow.
The ball
could have been
high.
Kiorla and her wyvern. It could have been Eurydice. It could have been something else entirely.
Right? Stupid airships.
But the important thing is it's definitely you do know it was obvious enough. It was a living thing.
Okay.
But what it was, you really can't tell. The one comfort that you have is that it seems to be flying away from you.
Okay. All right.
And you all take your rest, and it is time now for you to consider being on your way.
Before they wake up, like I'm gonna, as Bigly, go around and kind of give everybody just a little bit of the tea, like kind of in their sleep, and then once everybody's like really asleep, I'm gonna move them all outside, and then change the illusion to a rock.
So you, I'm not gonna make you roll for it because that's just a beautiful moment.
How you
you
carried
guys-
Vivhik?
yeah. No explanation as to how this happened.
Good luck.
Let me see. I could. Oh, I
There's
have.
block and tackles.
I have sleep. I can
Yeah.
just cast sleep on everybody.
Yep, you could.
Yeah, we'll just say that. I cast sleep on everybody to make sure they're all fully asleep.
Dang, I'm not
Yeah,
an
no-
elf.
And you do. I will say you do move them all out. It takes some work. Vivek's a big boy. But you
I'm
do
a big
manage
boy.
to get everybody. Yes, you are a very big boy. Uh,
I'm a big kid now.
and you do get everybody out, and you all wake up, and it is, as you come to, it's dawn. You've all slept through the night, but you find yourselves back in your camp. You're all in the wrong tent. None of you are in your tent, but you're all in a tent. Some of you have been like shoved in, sort of face first, and your feet are still sticking out. Vivhik, you were just kind of left in front of a tent. Like whoever put you there gave up. But you're all outside. The sun is up. It is daytime. It seems peaceful. There are birds chirping off in the distance. The day is yours.
What?
Who wakes up first?
Me? What? Why weren't we in, Vivhik, wake up.
Yeah.
Did you have the same dream I did? Weren't we in a little underground hovel with a gnome? Did you see a gnome?
I look around to see where everybody is. I go to reach for Eclipse.
It's there.
It's there.
It's there.
Is
Outside,
Tara right by us?
Yep, everybody's there. Everyone's accounted for.
Okay, yeah, like I do a count of people. Like, do I see Bill? Did Bill?
You don't see Bill.
Okay. We're missing Bill again. Oh, not again. We're missing Bill, and well,
Stop it, kitty.
we slept that long. I did not expect this to happen. We need to figure out what happened to Bill.
So I'll climb the nearest tree and look around, a little apprehensive that I'm gonna see what I saw last time I climbed a tree.
Yeah, that's kind of yeah.
So you, with your spider climb slippers, are able to navigate your way up a tree, and go ahead and make me a survivor roll.
Two 19s.
You are able to see sort of mountains in the distance that Briarhaven is sort of nestled at the base of. And you can see up the road a piece, and it seems, from your vantage point, smooth sailing. You guys, you should be able to make good time traveling that way. You might even be able to do it during the day.
Things look
I'm
clear
going
up
to
here. No Bill.
can I see, like, since we are where we camped out and that's where he approached us from, can I do a perception to see if I can kind of notice the area where we were led to last time to get the door?
Yeah, go ahead and make me an investigation roll.
Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, hey, that's not bad.
You see a lot of tracks and drag marks in the dirt however you guys were put back outside. But that it kind of dissipates towards the edge of your camp. Doesn't really leave you a clear direction as to where you may have come from. You remember there being a stump covering his trap door, but you can't seem to find that stump.
Okay, can I try something? You don't have to let me do this, but I think it'd be kind of fun. Never mind. I can't see it. Never mind.
Can
What happens if I walk toward the direction where it was last time and kind of like start stomping around, picking stuff up?
You can find out.
That's what I'll start going over there.
Okay.
Because I need to know what happened to Bill.
Scar's gonna, while you're doing that, Scar's gonna go ahead and take the crowbar that he's had out of his backpack and tink it on a rock 3 times.
It's just a rock.
Well, no.
Yeah.
What, signal that it's there? I'll
Yeah.
turn around and be like, "Did you find it?"
I walk from around the other side of a tree. Do you want me to roll a stealth roll for that?
If you're trying to be stealthy.
Up until the point where I'm trying to show where I'm at. Please work.
Yeah, you're able to stay quiet enough. Sure.
Yeah.
do
Roslyn
I see
will-
him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll hear him.
Yeah.
You'll hear movement in the bushes before anyone else does.
So I'm gonna jump down and land softly right in front of him.
Okay. Make me a
Kind of like
an
a
an acrobatics check.
I can climb a tree.
I will shoot you in the foot.
Go ahead and make me an acrobatics check.
Kitty, stop it.
You're high enough up that unfortunately that's not a successful jump. It seems great until your foot just tags a tree branch that you kind of didn't see before you planned your route down. And it sends you sort of pinwheeling into the dirt right behind Straw Bill.
But I'm like a cat, so I landed on my feet.
but you landed hard.
Okay.
I'm not gonna make you take fall damage, but yeah, definitely not with the grace you were expecting.
I was trying to be a little bit braggy to him.
As I continue to walk past you towards the rest of the group, I look behind you and go, not as easy as it looks, huh? As I'm chewing rations. I'm just like,
how high did you climb?
You see a finger shoot up.
I'm going to go like, "Hey guys, like, I don't know what just happened, but it seems like it's daytime. I don't know if we can afford to mess around and wait till nightfall again." And
everything up above looked real clear. It looks like we could just keep going and not have anything to worry about.
everybody, check your inventory to make sure that sly little bastard didn't take anything from us.
Are my mushrooms still in my bag?
They are.
Oh, good. I paid 5 gold for those.
Do we all notice everything's okay?
Go ahead and check your packs. Vivhik, your stuff seems to be in order.
I'll look over to Scar. What about you?
I go and look through my bag, and everything is there, but I don't have the horn anymore.
The tooth?
Yeah, the tooth.
Did he give it back to you?
Sorry, did you yeah, are you signaling that you don't have it? Like it's missing?
Yeah, I'm gonna sign the bill, but I don't have the tooth.
I'll look at Bill. Like, what does he mean? What's he saying?
He- I will turn around and we're still in the same spot, right? Like this is where we were yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, this is where you were camping when Bigley first walked into your camp.
Okay.
So, remembering the smell of Bigley, since he was so stinky and everything, am I able, when like sniffing around that area where his trapdoor was, am I able to catch a whiff over that rock or anything?
Go ahead and make me a survival roll.
Can I give her some help with Luna?
She's already got advantage.
Never mind.
Yeah. Doesn't.
With the heightened senses and all that.
I look at Vivhik and I'm like, you were right.
You, Lady Rosalyn, are able to pick up a scent and follow it into a little ways away from the camp into the woods, and you do find a place where there's, you remember there being a tree stump, and now there's just like a small little moss-covered stone sitting there instead. So you're a little unsure if this is the place, but the scent that you're picking up on definitely tells you that you're close.
I knock on the rock.
Hey, Bill. You still got that ring, bud?
The ring? Yeah, I have the ring.
What happens if you come over here with it?
Oh, yeah, I'll put it on my left hand and start to wave it around where the stone is.
Okay. Yeah. It as soon as your that ring passes into the area where the illusion is, it immediately it doesn't even fade. It just winks out of existence. And right there is the closed trap door to Bigley's hovel.
I will knock on the trap door.
When you do that, you'll see Bigley kind of run up the stairs real fast, turn around, and then cast Stinking Cloud at the front of the door right there.
When he opened the door, can I see down into the area?
I mean, it's like pitch black down there. He has dark vision, so.
I mean, you can see a little ways into it because it is daylight out.
He came sprinting up out of the darkness, basically, turned around, farted at you guys.
I'm going to.
Didn't open the door. I just knocked.
Yeah, he was like a get out of here kind of a thing.
And what is that? Okay, so it is just it smells.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have it like cast so that it hovers right at the doorway, so that it doesn't actually hit you guys, but like you don't want to walk into it.
Yeah, Rosalyn, you pick up on a scent wafting towards you on the wind that is just like rotten eggs and rancid meat and just foul.
I back
smell.
up real quick, like, oh.
You would much rather be sprayed by a skunk than whatever made that smell down that hole.
Not gonna lie, I like the smell of skunks.
I want to say with as much patience as I can and yell through there. Listen, we don't want to hurt you. We just need our stuff back and we'll be on our way. We don't need to make this complicated.
Gonna cast minor illusion and make another rock on top of the trapdoor.
Do we see the rock happen?
Yeah, you see it pop back up like he's trying to hide it.
I'm just gonna be like wave my hand to Bill and just be like, do the hand thing again.
Right. I was just gonna ask a question, good sir. Did you happen to find the tooth that I was looking at yesterday that belongs to us?
You just get no reply.
Okay. I'm going to burn down this fucking door.
I'm gonna hold it back.
Can I send the
And
squirrel
just
in
say-
there
and I'm gonna try to
I'm-
persuade him.
to
I'm
get
like,
it
look,
for you?
You can
do
try.
Not need,
I'm
we
gonna
do not
start
need-
pouring oil on the door.
Okay.
Listen,
Before you
I have
do
a trigger
this,
I'm a trigger happy friend, and I'm no slouch myself. We do not need this trouble. Please, just give us what we asked for, and we will be on our way. And I'm going to try to persuade him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a persuasion.
while that's happening, I'm gonna send that little squirrel in. Is he like affected by that stinking cloud?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna whisper to it to find the tooth. That's what we're looking for, right?
Yep.
Okay, and then I'm gonna send him down into the hole while they're doing their hullabaloo.
Go ahead and roll me just a straight d20. Vivhik, you get no response, by the way, from the hole.
Idiot.
So you send Sprite down there, and a few minutes go by, and then a few more minutes go by, and then eventually Sprite returns to you and starts sort of chittering excitedly at you, and then turns back into his little statuette form. And you're able, now that you've attuned to him and you can use him, you're able to sort of discern not speech, but just the meaning of what Sprite was trying to convey. There's no one down there.
I don't think he's there anymore. You guys?
Bullshit. And I'll open the door.
There's still a nasty cloud of funk just floating right there.
I've got perfume. You know, you could spray some perfume around yourself. That might help.
I'm just gonna hold
My
my
nose
breath and
is
just
too
run in there.
sensitive. I can't do this.
I'm just gonna roll my breath and run in there.
I'm gonna stay out here with Tara. I don't think that I could handle that stench.
What I'm gonna do is before I go in there,
Okay.
I'm gonna cast bless on myself and
Okay.
to 3 creatures. So I'll do bless on me, Bill, and Roz at first level.
Before he goes in there, I pull my perfume out of my bag and I just spritz him even as he's going in. This
I
might
kinda like
help.
Okay. Whatever. And I'll dive in.
You descend down the stairs. Go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Ooh.
Nice.
So
Yes.
the perfume does not help, but doesn't help at all. You can't even tell that you have perfume on you at this point. But you are able to stomach your way past it and make your way through the cloud to the other side, and down the stairs and sort of into that basement area that you were staying in last night. And there's no one down there at all.
Is it empty of like everything too? Like, is his stuff still
Oh
there?
no, all his stuff is still there, but he's
Okay.
gone. He is long gone.
Can I do a perception or
Oh,
investigation?
you can make me an investigation roll.
Uh,
I've been wondering what I was going to use
Okay,
that
my
perfume
investigation
for.
Nope. He's gone. You have no idea how he got out. You don't know where he went, but he is not down there.
I'm gonna yell up there. I don't see any dead body down here.
He must have turned himself into a fly and flew away.
Tricky little bastard. Oh, I knew I felt something off about him.
I kind of liked him.
We could set his shit on fire before we leave.
Let's not burn bridges.
He's the one that did it.
When you say that thought, because you're down in the darkness right now, when you have that thought about setting all this stuff on fire, the light emanating from the blade on Eclipse dims, and the entire halberd seems to grow heavy in your hand. And this feeling of disappointment
Ooh.
washes over you
Cheeto like that.
for just a second. And you almost hear a faint voice in the back of your head that's just like, "You're better than this."
Fine. I'm trying. I really am. This guy. All right.
Like you got a girlfriend now.
All right. I'll just kind of muster up a little bit of strength to carry Eclipse back up the stairs. Doing a little bit more labor to carry her upstairs, but I'll get to the top and be like, yeah, nothing's gonna come from doing anything down there. I guess we should get on our way. What's done is done. We'll just have to let Lord Grahm know what happened. To be fair, I'm surprised he didn't take it from us in the beginning.
Mm-hmm. I walk away.
All right.
I walk back toward the horses.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
Well, if we're making our way through it in the light, make sure we keep our wits about us. We were warned not to do this, but time is of the essence, I guess.
Are you guys breaking camp and getting on your way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Lady Rosalyn, go ahead and roll me a percentile die as you guys begin heading up the road.
That's a D100, right?
Yep. Yep.
Mm,
Okay. Yeah, you make good time, you make good pace. It is about late afternoon, and you come to a stretch of road. And let's
Interesting.
get you guys all up in here. Hold on, I gotta put you guys in the right place.
Ooh, I like this map.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. This is an
Pretty.
oldie but a goodie. So yeah, you guys find yourselves at a familiar trail that you've walked by before. You actually camped here recently on your way down. You camped around this area near the water on your last travel through here. So you know that you'll probably reach Briarhaven the next day.
What time of day is this?
Late afternoon. It's probably like 2:30 or so.
Okay. How is Tara doing? I'm assuming we're assuming the same formation where Tara's
Mhm.
on Luna and
Yeah,
Bill's
she's fine.
probably.
She's quiet. She is understandably still very quiet. Um,
I guess I mean, we camped here before, but we're not looking to settle down, are we?
This early in the afternoon? No, probably not. I think we should probably just keep going
Yeah.
until about evening, and then pull off into the off the trail and set
Well,
up
we're
camp.
supposed to travel at night.
You said we're about a day away.
yeah, you'll probably be in Briarhaven. You estimate by about this time tomorrow.
So, do you think we
I'll
can try to
just-
pull it all-nighter and get through the night and rest in the morning?
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah.
I'll just sign a straw bill. Do you think that we can just push through and make it to Briarhaven and rest?
I would, yeah. Since we're on horses, yeah, I believe we could. We just have to either cross through open land or pick our way through the forest. But yeah, I think we're all right. We haven't heard anything from the gleaming fangs or anything like that in the last
I mean,
day.
you have definitely you've been aware of their presence and been actively avoiding them.
Right.
But today has been very quiet.
Okay.
I'll look at straw bill and I'll be like, maybe not stick to the roads, but just off of them.
Yeah, we still, if Kiorla is on a Drake still, yeah, we should cover our heads as best we can.
All right. Which route are you guys gonna take?
Sorry, was there a choice?
I mean, as Bill just said, you could travel up the road.
Maybe in
You could
in the
try
woods.
and skirt your way through the forest. You can try and ford this river and go that way if you really wanted to. All of those things are options.
Is the forest alive right now? Are there bird song and
Oh yeah,
animals
oh yeah.
scampering and things like that? So nothing
Yeah,
seems to be.
not so much animals moving around. You're not seeing you're not startling foxes and rabbits and that sort of thing. You don't see any deer, but you hear insect noises. You hear birds chirping and cawing through the forest. I mean, it seems, it would be like walking through Armstrong Woods on a good day.
Okay.
Is kind of what it reminds you of.
Since we're this close to the water, there's bullfrogs.
Yep. Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, let us keep watch. We can stay on the open road, but if we catch wind of trouble, we should be able to dart into, I would say, the forest and stay away from the water.
Okay.
So the right side there.
Yeah, ditch
Yeah.
towards the right if we're gonna need to hide or anything.
All right. So as you give me a marching order.
I'm in front in cat
Okay.
form.
I'll go behind her.
I'll be there.
Okay.
No, me in the back.
Okay. So as you are all sort of making your way up here, are you trying to be stealthy about this.
Yeah, I've got
Say
my
as much as we can be on horses.
cloak
Right.
of elven kind
Right.
on, so that helps too.
Okay.
I'm I'm like a middle suit on a horse, so
Right.
I don't know how
Yeah, you're not going to be
stealthy I
very
can be.
stealthy at all. Rosalyn, go ahead and make me a I'm going to say survival.
Survival. I will survive.
Okay. As you are all approaching up here, you hear a whistle from behind one of the trees up ahead. And a figure steps out and holds up a hand, and he's got sort of the soft, supple black leather armor on, and you can see like there's a colored scarf wrapped around his left arm that is like a sort of an olive green sort of flare to it, and you recognize him as wearing sort of the same garb as some of the mercenaries in town. And he comes out and he's looks at you and he says, "What business have you on the road today?"
Do we
Oh,
see anybody else nearby or anything like that? Or
Stop it, kitty.
Go ahead and make me a perception roll.
perception?
everybody, or do it as a group?
Let's say everybody. So, Scar, you notice another individual hiding in the trees just over here. And everyone else at the same time, there's some faint shaking in the bushes as another figure walks out, and behind him you hear the thud of heavy footsteps as this other creature, this long dragon-like looking entity with no wings, just it's got almost like a squat compact body, kind of slithers out of the underbrush behind him, and you can see it's got like an improvised sort of custom saddle on top of it, and like some things strapped to it and other things, and it seems like it's even got like a lead around its neck, and this guy is sort of walking it out of the bushes with the lead in one hand and the sword in the other.
And we are on horseback?
You're
how
on
big-
horseback. Yeah.
I'm not. I'm in cat
This
form.
this thing that he is leading out is easily the size of one of your horses.
Okay.
I cast sleep on
As-
that thing.
You're gonna cast sleep on that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a wisdom saving throw of 13.
Okay. Let's see. Wisdom saving throw.
Let's see.
What does it look like when Lady Rosalyn tries to cast sleep, though?
Since she's in cat form, you kind of see her. She's on all fours, and so you don't necessarily notice that she kind of moves her paw a little bit, but she roars, really loud roar, and the sound waves kind of go at that dragon thingy.
I see. Okay. And it saves. So what happens when it saves? I don't have sleep in front of me right now.
If 5 foot radius, saving throw. Each creature of your choice in a 5-foot radius sphere. So the guy that's leading it as well, that I can choose.
Okay, so he would also
must,
have to.
Yeah. And then
Okay.
saving throw or have incapacitated until the end of its turn. It doesn't say anything about fail, so I think he's just not incapacitated. So the
Okay.
bandit is incapacitated until the end of its next turn, at which point it has to repeat the save. If it fails the second save, it's unconscious condition for the duration.
Okay.
As she does this, I'm gonna hop off my horse, and I have the ability to make myself bigger.
Oh.
Bigger than you already are?
Yeah, so
Every
I can
man
change my
wishes they had
size
that.
to large for 10 minutes, and I'll have advantage on strength, and my speed increases by 10 feet.
Okay.
Are we rolling initiative?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering if we were about to do that. Good roll there.
Yep.
Bitch.
All right. So hold on, I gotta get you all into the encounter.
Or did you have to do something at initiative rolls?
No,
you
you
can
guys are all
manually
rolling.
input 'em.
You're all rolling your
Yeah.
initiative, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's wild. You all.
You always forget and just
You
do the
have
auto
to-
roll.
On your-
hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Go ahead and everybody roll initiative for me again now that I have you in combat. Because it might just auto update.
That'd be cool if it does.
Did it update any of them?
It's not much worse.
It is not, and what I have right now, you all have better initiative.
Yeah.
You all have way better initiative,
You got advantage on initiative.
right? All right. So Tara's up. She is going to. What is she gonna do? She is going to. Take a hold action. She's not going to do anything right now. So that will be. What the hell? Why is it being like this? Scar's turn. There we go.
So as soon as like the bandits come out and that black drake comes out, or the
Yep.
guard battle drake there, Scar, his body, like he has cracks in his skin and stuff that have had this like little shining light in it this whole time, but once like all those bandits come out and everything, that light turns like almost black, and then one of his eyes starts glowing red.
Go ahead
And-
and give me a wisdom saving throw real quick, also. Okay. As you are.
Okay. So he'll jump off of his horse there, and let's see. He will run over here to Bandit B.
Okay.
And take his first attack for an action, because he gets 2 now.
Okay.
Will be 12 to hit.
That'll hit.
11 damage.
So you walk up and basically just like as you run up to him, He goes to put his sword up, and your hand gets past his sword, and you just rip his throat out.
Jesus.
He is dead. He crumples to the ground in just a heap.
So that was 7 feet of movement. I'm then gonna go down here. It's 23. And I'm going to use my second attack action on the bandit A.
Okay.
15.
That'll hit.
10 damage.
Yeah, you run over and just kind of roundhouse kick him, right in the gut, and he doubles over. He's got the wind knocked out of him. He is kind of on his hands and knees at this point. He's not dead, but he's for all intents and purposes pretty much out of this fight.
So he's down basically though.
He's down. Yeah, he's
Okay.
he's beyond bloodied.
I will then use a focus point to do 2 unarmed strikes on the Drake.
Okay.
Nat 20.
That'll hit. Good lord.
Oh wait, did the crit that time? So 10
10
damage.
Okay. When you drive your fist into this thing, like it's like punching granite. Like it hurts.
And when I punch him like that, then where is it? When my fist comes back, like it's almost gonna be in the shape of a stalactite, and like pointed to a point at the very end.
Okay. When you withdraw your hand and it sort of has that shape now, like you can see like there's even a little bit of sort of dark black blood on the end of it as you were able to penetrate its hide a little bit.
And then let me see, where is it? Sorry, guys.
Very good.
Okay, I'll just move to my second unarmed strike for the flurry of blows thing.
Yep.
15 to hit.
Same target.
Yep.
That does not hit. When you go to drive your fist in again this time, like it just stops on the scales. And you don't feel like you did anything to it.
And that was still going to be piercing damage then. I don't know if that matters.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I think that is it for me.
All right. Lady Rosalyn, you're up.
So I'm going to cast command. You will grovel before my feet. And he needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Who are you targeting?
The battle drake.
Okay. You said wisdom saving throw?
Yeah. Damn it. His wisdom is too high. And then as a bonus action, you'll see me take one of my claws and just run it up my arm as I'm casting my my crimson right. Hold on, 1d4 necrotic damage, and then that you'll see the electricity of the storm just like start, lighting up and sparking through my claws.
Nice.
And that's the end of my turn.
All right. Strawbill, you are up.
Now you don't want to work. Okay. I'm going to cast. I'm gonna cast Mind Sliver on Bandit A. Let's see. I gotta be how close. 8.
Okay.
And when I do that, it's 60 feet. I should be well more than enough. Yeah. When I do that, I look at him, and I just say, "Your mind is going dark. Your mind is going dark. Your mind is going dark. Your mind is going dark." And I repeat that over and over. And as I do, like a little wave of sound goes towards him, and then turns into like claws that like reach into his face.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Is there a saving throw for this?
Sure. It is.
What do I do?
Intelligence. Intelligence 15.
Intelligence
saving
15.
throw. Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. He takes 2d6 psychic damage.
Oh, Jesus.
8.
8. Okay. As that wave of magical energy reaches him, he's still sort of doubled over, and then he just starts convulsing, and drops limp to the ground, and you see his face kind of rolls to you. There's just blood pouring out of his eyes, nose, and mouth, and he passes. He's dead.
Okay. I will then move towards. I'll move up to about here, to this side of this bandit.
Okay.
And then that'll be my turn.
All right. So next up is Bandit. He is going to make a wisdom saving throw to see if he is still sleeping. He is still sleeping.
He is now unconscious for the duration.
He is unconscious, so he is effectively out of the fight at the moment. Next up is going to be the Battle Drake.
God.
I'm a terrible, terrible person.
No. It's never good when a DM says something like that.
You're not wrong. Where is the... Okay. All right, so I gotta manually do this? What's the point? So it is going to... Oh, God. Sorry, my screen is chaos right now. It is going to make a bite against Scar. So will a 20 hit?
Yes.
I'm going to react to that and use Blood Curse of the Eyeless. And I'm going to amplify that so that it's for all of his attack rolls. 1 second, let me roll 1d4 so I can take that damage. And I keep hitting 4s on that. It's so annoying. Okay.
So what does that drop the attack roll by 4?
No, that's the damage I need to take for amplifying it.
I see.
This is it'll take it down by 2, but now I get to roll that every time he makes an attack
I
roll.
see. I see. So, will an 18 hit?
Yes.
Okay. So that is going to be. Let's see. Uh, 12
Ouchie.
points of piercing damage as it swipes a claw at you. And then it is going to rear back with its other claw and do it again. Will a 20 hit?
Yep.
14.
14 hit. Will a 14 hit?
Tie goes to me,
Tie goes to you, yeah.
so no.
Okay. So he misses with that second attack. See if there's anything else he can do at the moment. I don't believe there is. So now it is going to be Vivhik's turn.
Okay. Yeah, that should be enough. I am going to, since I have plus 10 movement speed, I can run 45 feet.
Okay, I will. Before you move,
Sure.
I will say, stay with the girl.
Luna's there.
Oh yeah,
All
let
right.
me give you a Luna token. Hold on.
Thing is massive.
Okay.
Right?
Um,
It's bigger than that Drake.
That right?
Put a persuasion on that.
For me?
Yep.
Okay. 18.
Okay.
What would I roll to see if I would listen to him?
Maybe a D20.
Maybe insight?
Insight.
Yeah,
Or-
I'll say insight.
Okay. All right. I'll heed your warning. As much as I want to get in there and scrap with this Drake, I'll hold back. I'll instead, let's see.
Remember, your glowing girlfriend would want you to protect.
I am protecting him. The scars just got mauled. Okay. So instead of doing that, then I will. Okay, I will cast level 1 Shield of Faith on Scar. It'll grant him plus 2 AC for the duration of the spell.
Ooh.
There you
Okay.
go.
For my bonus action, and that'll be it, or my action or whatever. That'll be it.
All right. It is Tara's turn, and she is going to use Healing Word.
Go Tara. Go Tara.
Why she can't use Healing Word, I don't know. Yeah, I want you. I don't know why it's not showing up on the thing. You did it last time.
Oh, I completely forgot. What kind of damage was that I took?
Piercing
Piercing.
damage.
Piercing.
Okay, I completely forgot I have a reaction for it, but I'll do it next time. I have deflect attack.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Well, I don't know why that's not working. So, but you're gonna get back 7 points of healing.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was going to be one.
I know.
I don't know why
Way
that
to
didn't
go.
work. But anyway, but now it is Scar's turn.
I'm gonna punch. 21.
That will hit.
Seven damage.
Okay.
And this time, when that connects, he's going to use a focus point. It's going to be piercing damage, and you guys will just see, like, a black light travel through, like, from his chest, basically, all the way down his arm and into his, like, what is now a stalactite on his end of his hand. And it will deal another 7 points of force damage.
Nice. All right.
And then I will do my second punch for the turn. 12 does not hit.
12 does not hit. I mean, this
Um,
thing's massive. It's hard not to hit it, but
right.
yeah, it's just that punch again. You hit it in a spot that almost feels reinforced.
Use a focus point to
thing is
do
tough.
2 more unarmed strikes.
We still have bless? When was that?
No.
21 to hit.
That was earlier.
21 will hit. Yep.
9 damage.
9
I'll
damage.
use another focus point and add another d8.
All right.
I believe it's as many times as I want. It's not just once. Let me make sure.
It's as many times as you have focus points for. You get to do that.
Beautiful. Just 1 more damage.
Okay.
And then second attack is a 16 to hit.
That will not hit.
Okay. And that's it.
All right. Lady Rosalyn, you are up.
I'm going to run up to the upper side of Scar next to the Drake. And I'm going to strike with my first paw.
All right.
22.
That will hit.
Perfect. And plus.
And you notice the same thing as you rake your claws across it, and you are able to find some purchase and rip some scales off, but this thing is tough.
And that extra 1 damage is what, electricity damage?
Oh, okay.
And then I'm gonna do that again with my other paws. 16.
Does not hit. This time your claws scrape across its hide and just you can't seem to dig into the meat of this thing right now.
All right. And that's the end of my turn.
All right. Straw Bill, you're up.
All right. I will point at the Drake, and maybe I'll start to chant, may the ancient shepherd embrace you, may the ancient shepherd embrace you. And as I do that, something that looks like purplish tentacles will start to come out, and they'll like get on the Drake's feet and then kind of crawl up its body. And what that is the ray of enfeeblement.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Creepy.
17. I'm gonna use my damn it. Fuck me. Oh, damn it. Cool. I used my heroic inspiration for that second roll, which failed miserably. That is I will step over the sleeping bandit and come around this side.
Okay.
And when I do, kick him in the face. Oh no, I can't because that'll break the spell. Never mind. I'm not gonna do that. Never mind.
Do you get advantage on the Drake from that position?
From that position, you would.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I wasn't quite there yet.
Oh, okay.
Now we're getting into the flanking portion of our program.
Next up is technically would be Luna's turn, which I don't want to speak for you, Vivhik, but I'm assuming you're going to have her hang back with Terra at the moment.
I'm gonna have her actually move up, just like right a little bit, like within, yeah, right about there, within 30 feet.
Okay.
And yeah, within 30 feet. I'm assuming Tara's riding Luna
Yeah.
still.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And she's gonna sit there.
Okay.
Just for, I know that I had when I originally introduced her, I just didn't have enough time to really figure it out. But she's gonna be like a celestial one, so she
Luna
does have like
is?
yeah, she does have a healing power.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll talk about all that.
Okay, cool.
All right. Next is the bandit. He is out, and now it is the Drake. All right. So he is going to make a bite attack against Straw Bill.
Okay.
Will a 11 hit?
-6.
-6? Oh, yeah, that won't hit. All right, so he's going to whiff on that multi-attack. He's going to roll again. A 10's not going to hit.
No.
Okay.
You need to roll
that-
for you then. Cool.
No, you don't even need to do that. Vivhik, you are up.
I'm going to run in front of Luna. And from there, I am going to cast Bless on everyone. On the 3 fighting up there.
Okay.
I think I should be in range of all 3.
Yep. Yeah, you can hit him.
Okay. You guys now have Bless.
And then it will be Tara's turn. She's still waiting for things to go sideways. Scar, you're up.
All right, I will punch. 15 does not hit.
Does well, you're blessed.
Oh, so that's a
you can add a
D4.
D4 to that. Yep.
You're also. Does he have advantage?
Oh yeah. Do I have advantage now
Yeah, because we're.
for flanking?
Sure, I'll give it to you. Why not? There's 3 of you. That'll hit.
That'll hit.
Heck yeah.
Yep.
30, 20.
4 damage.
Okay.
Then
Alright.
second punch.
You're just bludgeoning. Like every time your fist connects, you're like, that'll hit. Like chipping scales off of this thing and just leaving these like impacted bloody wounds on this huge dragonoid's hide.
22 hits.
22 hits.
6 damage.
Okay.
Use my last focus point
This thing is looking rough.
to make 2 more unarmed strikes.
Yep.
That does not hit.
You are blessed.
Can use
Oh,
bless,
bless. You right? Yeah, I
Don't
keep
forget your
forgetting.
bless.
16.
Does not hit.
Okay.
Does not hit.
That'll hit.
That'll hit. That'll definitely hit.
11 damage.
How do you want to do this?
Woo! Get him, Scar!
Um,
Or her.
he's
Could be a
gonna. I'm assuming so. Like it's kind of like a dragon with no wings, kind of a deal.
Yep. Yeah, and it's kind of you're punching and it's kind of reared up and was swiping at people and biting at you, so it's kind of its belly's exposed at this moment as you've just unleashed this flurry of blows. And then
So I'll punch him a couple times in the stomach, just like to force his head to like come down, like anybody would when
Sure.
you get punched like that. And then I'll just grab him by the jaws and rip him straight open.
So you grab him, you get him down and you grab his top jaw and his bottom jaw, and you start to pull, and you are actually in a feat of strength that is uncharacteristic for your slight frame. You are actually able to pull this thing almost all the way in half down to the middle, and just rip it open and sort of drop the pieces on the ground. It looks like a used banana peel with no banana inside.
Gross.
And you have solved my lizard puzzle. But you have a sleeping bandit on the ground. Now.
Quick question before
He's
I
our
maul
pet now.
before I maul it. Oh, that's true. I do like pets. Can I command it to be our little house elf, Dobie? No, quick question though. With unconscious, does damage wake him up at that point?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's what
Can
I
we
thought.
tie him up? Is there any way we could tie him up, or
We could tie him
I-
up and drop him in the lake.
I want to interrogate him. I want to
When
ask
you
him
say
where-
that, when you say that, Strawbill, I just rip open my backpack and I throw you a 50-foot thing of rope.
Right?
I want to ask him if he knows where the other the other things are.
Okay. Yeah, no,
Yeah, they're
well,
where they're camped out, or where they're hiding, or where they're stationed.
for sure. For sure. Yeah, but I will bind him up in rope, for sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so you guys are able to spend some time sort of tying him up. What are you going to do with him?
I want Luda to be like right on his fucking face when he wakes up.
Okay.
So am I, and I'm in cat form still too. So I'm next to Luda, trying to look as big as Luda.
Then I would tell Scar to display the spine of that Drake on the ground to show like what we did to it. And I'll look at everybody and signal like ready. And whenever they're ready, I'll just kind of give them a slap on the face
All right.
to wake him up.
So you do. You crack this guy across the jaw, and he. I gotta go. Why it's doing that? Kind of comes to, and what the? And he looks around. And he's Jesus Christ! I'm sorry. We were just doing what we was told. Please don't hurt me.
I'm gonna say, listen here, take a look around you, see what we did to your little friend over there.
And you, as he looks around and he looks at all of you, like this guy pisses himself, like full stop.
We need to know what you know about the other bandits and where they are.
We was patrolling by ourselves. They sent teams of us out. I don't know nothing. I don't want to know nothing. I don't want no trouble anymore. I'm done. And he like rips the sash that he had on his arm, like rips that off and just throws it to the ground. He's like, I promise I'll go and I'll make an honest man of myself. You won't ever see me again. Please, just don't fucking do that to me.
Or it's gonna just like walk over to him, spine in hand, and just smile.
He's trying his best to like crawl away from you without upsetting the massive direwolf and the crazy looking tiger lady standing over him.
I'm gonna ask, what does Carola want with the little one?
I don't know. I was just sent out to find a child. and I fucking hope it's not that one.
Oh,
And he
I'm
points
not
at
very good
Tara.
at that.
Yeah, he seems like he's telling the truth.
Okay. So I'll say, well, I think you found her, bud. So what are we gonna do about that?
I didn't see anything. That's what I think. I think maybe I got lost. Maybe I don't know what happened to the rest of the crew, and maybe they can think I'm dead, and I could not be dead, and I'll just get the fuck away from you people. And
All
as he
right.
says that, he's like staring at Scar.
Um, I'll look at everybody else. What do you think? Is he telling the truth?
I have a passive insight of 15.
Yeah, he's being very honest. Like he's has every intention of running away from here as fast as possible, and forgetting this happened. Right now, he'll tell you whatever you want to hear to get away from you.
I look at Strobel and I'm just gonna sign to him. I'm gonna say, well, there's one way to keep him from talking. And I walk up with a dagger in my hand and I cut his tongue out.
Oh, wait.
Like
Go ahead and make me a sleight of hand check, because he's going to be struggling against you.
15?
Oh yeah, no, you walk up and just kind of like grab him under the jaw and like force his jaw to open, and just slip the dagger into his mouth and just start digging around and carve his tongue out of his mouth.
Rosalyn does not feel good about that.
And he's like trying to scream, and it's just coming out, and he's holding his mouth, and there's blood pouring out between his hands.
What was the point?
I smile and put it in my pocket.
Well,
His tongue?
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
okay. That's enough
can't-
for me today.
Can't say anything.
He passes out.
Yeah. Tara, dear, can you ease the man away from death, as it were?
Yeah, she goes, I can try, and she gets down and places her hands on him, and you see that faint golden light sort of line her body and then work its way into him, and the blood pouring out of his mouth slows and then stops, and he's just remains unconscious there, but he's not bleeding anymore. If you were to open his mouth, it would be healed, but he still has no tongue anymore.
Right.
I'm gonna carry him over to the side of the road so that way when somebody's passing by they don't see him.
Where are you
Like
putting
into
him?
the woods. Into the below, yeah, like into the woods. So that like
Okay.
if somebody passing by they don't see him and they don't I mean obviously there's a big mess of everywhere else, but
Yeah.
they're not gonna find him. And then I say we should probably get going.
Out of curiosity, are these mercenaries carrying anything? Letters, notes?
Make an investigation roll.
Yeah, don't know if they can read or whatever.
Yeah, you find between all of the bodies, you find probably about 25 gold pieces all together once it's all collected. And the one that was minding the Drake has a letter in it that has a little broken wax seal on it that has the shape, the symbol of the Gorgon head from the gleaming fangs. It's been read, and it's the gist of what that letter says is there she is offering a handsome reward to any of the team members that find the child and bring her back alive, and a larger amount of money to anyone that brings her back dead.
Oh.
Well,
Alright. Well, that's good to know. Ideally, what we want to do is get out of here as quickly as possible without encountering any more of these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Into the woods, off the road.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then the 25 gold I will give to Tara and be like, this should go to a charity. Probably for mutes and beggars.
And she smiles at that. And says, I don't know who to talk to about that, but I think we can.
I'm sure
I
your
think once
heart
we
will
get to
find its
somewhere
way.
safe, we can. I'll think of something. Thank you.
Okay.
Straw Bill is taking a liking to Tara. He didn't want to,
Tara-
but he is.
No, Tara reminds me of my little sister.
Yeah.
It's in my background.
And while you guys are
Um,
talking about that, I'm gonna like run over to the little stream right there and just try to wash my hands off. And like when I come back, you're gonna notice that my eye has gone back to normal and it's back to like a white light under my skin. Not so much black anymore.
As you're washing your hands off, go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw.
You'd
7.
like to think you're gonna come back normal,
You're blessed.
right? Still blessed.
You are blessed.
Can you
That
use
is
that
true.
on saving throws?
He can.
And,
10?
Pretty good. It's not good enough, but it's pretty good.
Oh no.
So as you're washing your hands, you have a brief flashback to the previous day when you were washing blood off your hands the last time. And then there's sort of another flash in your vision of moving through the treetops very quickly. And then there's a muffled scream and more blood, and then you're back to washing your hands in this stream now. And you clean yourself up, and your eyes changed, and you make your way back to the group.
All right, well, let's get back on our horses and get out of here.
Yep.
Through the woods, you said?
I think that would be our safest route.
All right.
Go ahead and make me a survival roll. Whoever's leading the group.
I have +5 on survival. I don't know if
I have
anybody-
+7.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, there's Rosalyn.
Or that also works.
Yes, okay. Yeah, it takes a little doing. You're able to find a reasonable path through the woods that'll sort of circumvent the main roads. And you are able to travel through the rest of the day without any incident. And you make camp and can see Everlorn, or not Everlorn, I'm sorry. Briarhaven rising up in the distance.
Almost home.
Almost there.
So close.
So with that, you're able to make your way further into town, and at this point, it's like late evening. As you find your way into the city proper, you can stay at an inn or make your way up to Lord Graham's estate if you like.
I'd rather just get this job done.
Right.
All right. So you guys make your way up to Lord Graham's estate.
I mean, he is
And
free versus the inn.
he is free versus the inn, yeah.
And they feed us.
Yeah.
And
All those good pastries in the morning.
right. You knock on the door. Iteration 7 answers. It says, you've returned. Excellent. And I see you've brought us some company. And he kind of kneels down and looks at Tara, and like, you don't see where he pulls it from, but he flourishes out just like a little white flower from somewhere and like hands it to her. And he looks at the rest of you and he says, I'm quite sure that there is much to discuss and much to tell. Unfortunately, Lord Grahm is indisposed for the evening. But I will let him know that you are here, and I'm sure he would like to meet with you in the morning. In the meantime, we have rooms readily available for you. We have been expecting your return now, and I can have food prepared, and we can make sure that you have a comfortable evening tonight.
Little lady
Please
will
make
be
sure
staying
you-
in my bed.
Oh, okay.
As you wish.
Well, then so will Luna.
And
Dinky dog.
so 7 doesn't really have a face. It's sort of a smooth metallic plate almost, and there's some gold filigree that sort of outlines like a jawline and that sort of thing. And when he notices Luna, he looks at you, Vivhik, and kind of cocks his head, and you get the impression from his body language of like a bit of surprise. And he says, unfortunately, I cannot allow your companion to enter the house. We simply don't have proper accommodations, but I'm sure we can find something in Master Graham's stable or kennel,
That's
if that would
absolutely
suffice.
where he belongs. Or she.
Is there a rule against having pets inside?
Well,
Considered
no offense, good sir, but that's not a pet. That is something far more dangerous than a pet, and also it's the size of a horse. I simply don't have we simply don't have space for a being such as that.
You're afraid
But
she's gonna
I
pee
assure you, we
inside.
can make it most comfortable out in the stable, where we have room
I'll go.
for
I'll go
an
to
animal
Luna
that
and
size.
just I'll pet her on the head and tell her I'll tell her, I'll give her some praise. You've done good, and I'll
But she kinda-
dismiss her.
and like snuffles your hand and licks your hand for a second.
Yeah.
And then she just fades in like sort of a sparkling, like fading moonlight and a little bit of sort of almost stardust, and kind of drifts away as you dismiss her. And 7 says, "Please, do come in, and we'll get you situated." And ushers you inside. Make sure that each of you find your rooms, and Tara is where Tara is supposed to be, and food is made, and you're all able to fill your belly and recover now that you are home. And with that, I think is a good place to end tonight's session.
Yeah.
We made it back.
Woo!
Some of us didn't.
Some of us didn't.
Oh man.
But you guys did great. That was an awesome session.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. The RPing tonight was fun, guys.
It was good. You guys did a great job. It was really
Appreciated
good.
It.
Lots of fun.
Straw Bill.
Lots of questions, eyebrow raises at people.
Questions and questions and questions and questions.
And never any answers.
Never any. There was nothing in the letter. The bandit didn't know nothing.
Like the dragons in Game of Thrones. The answers are coming. All right.
Winter is coming. When?
Winter is coming. You guys will get answers when we get the next book in the series.
That means never. He's already said it would never happen.
My work here is done. Until we meet again.
Well, you guys, it's been a pleasure tonight. If you're new here and you haven't already, give us a follow. Follows are free and they help us out. And that way you know when we go live next. We have multiple different campaigns, not just Everlorn, but we've got Power and Prophecy and Lantern Song. Those are our flagship campaigns. And sometimes you get to see some awesome one-shots as well. Also, if you want to join a game or just have a conversation with a bunch of nerds like the rest of us about D&D, join our Discord below. And next week, not Monday anymore, Everlorn will be on Thursday, so don't forget.
Right.
So that's
Join us.
One of us. But it's been a pleasure to hang out with all of you nerds tonight, and we'll see you on Sunday for Power and Prophecy.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, bye guys.
See ya.
Then a rate.